Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel. Chapter 361. A small help dragging troubles. The girls woke up and walked downstairs to eat their breakfast, except for Isdis, who remained in the room. She couldn't get out in front of people, so Aella got her food in the room. Arad walked outside and stood in the street, taking a deep breath. Nothing beats the fresh air of the morning. He smiled, looking around. He stopped, looking around. A lot of people were staring at him. It's strange to see a man as tall and muscular as him around. A man approached Arad. "Are you a paladin, young man?" he asked with a smile. "I was looking for someone to banish an imp from my father's abandoned house." Arad shook his head. "Sorry, I'm an adventurer, a sorcerer." He smiled, scratching his head. "I know nothing of banishing imps. He could kill the monster, but would rather take the girls to the market." The man smiled. "Come on. I'm sure your oath urges you to help." Arad pulled the guild card from his pocket and showed it to the man. "Look, I'm a sorcerer." The man stared at it and gasped. "Wait, you weren't joking?" He stared at Arad. "Most sorcerers are thin like mages. I might have believed you said a fighter or a barbarian." The man scratched his head. "I've been trying to find a paladin for days. None of them has time to deal with an imp." "Neither I do," Arad stared at him. "I have more important things to tend to." The man looked at Arad. "Look, you're big, and I'm sure you have a deadly spell or two. I will give you 50 silver coins to blast the little devil back to hell. Just freeze it or burn it, whatever power your blood gives." Arad sighed. "Leave. I don't have time." "Come on, please," Arad sighed, looking back into the tavern. The girls would take a minute or two to get ready. He then looked at the end of the street and saw a stall selling fruits. 50 silver coins would get him a full basket with change, a good snack for the girls during the day. Arad looked at the man. "Where is your house?" "It's an abandoned home outside the city," the man said, pointing into the distance. "That way. Please wait here. I will go hire a carriage." "That won't be necessary." "I told you I don't have time." Arad caught the man by the wrist. The scenery around them changed in the blink of an eye. The man stared around, his eyes darting between every stone and grass blade. "What happened? We were in the city. Stop crying. Where is the house?" Arad glared back at him. "Told you I don't have time." The man gulped, swallowing his words. He realized the only explanation was that they teleported. Such magic is so rare that you barely find an archmage capable of using it. "It's from here, sir." He didn't want to pray further, instead focused on praying to the gods he didn't cross paths with an A rank, or gods forbid an S rank. Arad started walking, and the man fearfully trailed after him. If he's an A rank, he must know that 50 silver coins is too low to slay an imp. It's at least 2 gold coins per head. They reached the house, and the man pulled the key, slowly opening the door and looking inside. Almost immediately, 2 red glowing eyes emerged in the dark. A red-skinned gremlin with bat wings, fire burning from the tip of its tail, glared at them. The man cried, and the devil sensed his fear rushing forward with bloodlust, growling like a dog. The man fell on his butt, and the imp saw Arad freezing in his place. Those purple stares pierced his soul. That man wasn't afraid, but staring at him like food. The imp growled, and the second one fell from the ceiling. The man screamed again, crawling away in tears. "By the gods, there were 2, sir. Run away." Thud. Arad walked forward, getting into the house with a smile on his face. The 2 imps shook. Arad's face made it clear. Seeing a second one only made him hungrier. More food, the better. It was then that his scent finally reached them, and they turned to run away. That man was a dragon, and they wanted nothing with him. Bam! Arad lunged forward, grabbing the imps by their heads. Crack! Blood trailed down their red necks unseen, and Arad walked with them back to the man outside. "They are dead," he said with a passive face. The man stared at Arad, tears and snout trailing down his ugly face. "You killed them." "Of course that's why I wasted time coming here," Arad replied, dropping the corpses on the ground. "Do you have a way to dispose of the corpses?" He wanted to take them if he didn't need them. devil corpses. It's better to send them to the church so they can investigate and find their source. Killing the fiends is the first step of the process after all, the man replied, barely standing up. Arad sighed. He really wanted to eat them, but alas, an apple would be better. He extended his palm to the man. There were two, so it's 1 gold coin. They stared at Arad's hand for a second, and then back at his face. Of course, sir. He pulled a gold coin from his purse and put it on Arad's palm. Arad clenched his fist and smiled. Thank you. Want to get back to the city? The man shook his head. I need to stay here for a while. You can leave without me. Arad smiled. Then see you later, Zahn. He disappeared into thin air. When the girls got out of the inn, they saw Arad sitting beside the wall with a basket full of fruits, eating grapes while waiting. What took you so long? He extended the basket to them. Hours later, the man found a paladin and brought him to see the corpses. Sir, what do you think? Imps are dangerous to fight without holy magic. They can curse people. The paladin said in a calm voice, inspecting the imps. Are you saying he crushed their head with his bare hands? Yes, you can see their crumbling skulls, the man replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead. And you say he's a sorcerer? The paladin asked again. Yes, he could use teleportation magic, so no mistaking that, he added. The paladin stood, scratching his beard. A sorcerer with a blessed body, great magic, and the devils ran away from seeing him. He stared at the man. And you say he only took 1 gold coin for 2 imps? Yes, albeit he seemed a bit angry about it. Impatient, he said he had more important work to do. The paladin stared at the man with a smile. Suck, generosity, power of will and might. He lifted his hand, hitting his plate armor with a sense of pride. I say you have met a holy soul sorcerer, a man blessed with the power of the celestial and angels. That's the only explanation. He smiled. He might not belong to our order, but the goodness of his heart flows like rivers, blessing those around him. To think I met such a man, the man mumbled. What do you think? The paladin looked at the man. Nothing, but I will try finding him. He might be willing to join our order. A man of his power could lead a battalion in no time, smiting evil and spreading the word of God, chapter 362, bonus chapter, into the castle. Chapter 362, bonus chapter, into the castle. Arad looked forward, hearing the wooden carriage crackle beneath him as they rode across the streets. Ayla looked around. The human capital is busy even at this time. Shouldn't people be out working? She counted the people just walking the street and browsing the market. You aren't the same. Arad looked at her. At this time, each blacksmith would be in their workshop and each shopkeeper in their shop. We elves barely move out without a valid reason. She looked at the market and saw a man sitting at the side of the road, begging for money. He can go to the forest and gather herbs or wood to sell. There is no need for him to stay there, she sighed. Humans don't know much about the forest like elves. Arad looked at the man. He might be sick, who knows? Even if he was sick, he should be out seeking a cure, not begging for money like this. She sighed. If the human church is anything like ours, they could help him. Ayala is right. Lydia peeked her head from the back of the carriage. They offer free healing for people in need and even shelter and food. Since he isn't with them, that means he's healthy and begging for another reason. Probably a debt. If it's debt, Ayala looked at the man. It's on him, Eris sighed in the back. Forget about him and look there, she pointed at a shop on the main street. Those clothes look nice, she smiled. Arad looked. From where he sat, the clothes looked smooth and nicely tailored. They might have something for Eris to cover her whole body in the day and still be able to move. We'll visit it later. He smiled after 3 hours of driving through the busy streets, slowed by the turtle-like traffic of carriages and walking people. They finally approached the royal castle gate. The carriage stopped and Arad jumped down. He looked at the lifted drawbridge and lifted his head. How do we get this to open? He shouted. A guard peeked from the top of the walls, pointing his bow at Arad's head. State your business or family name, he yelled. Arad, Isdis whispered from the carriage. They were still in the streets, and it would be bad if people knew she was out. It's better to get inside without stating her name. The princess returned with strangers after her guards were wiped out in a goblin attack. Such rumors would be bad for the royal family. Arad approached the carriage and looked inside. Tell him that you're bringing the ice maker. Arad blinked twice, confused for a moment, but he went back to the drawbridge. I'm bringing the ice maker. Drop the drawbridge, he yelled. The guard pulled his bow back, staring at Arad for a second as if assessing him. We can't have warm wine, can we? He stared with a passive face and signaled to the guards in the back. Drop it. Arad smiled, seeing the massive wooden crackle down. He walked back to his seat and urged the horses to move. Once inside the castle, several guards, almost 40 strong, surrounded the carriage with their spears pointing at Arad and Aella. Who the fuck told you that? Drop the act and surrender. The torturer is going to have his fun making you two spit everything out. Isdis kicked the carriage door open and jumped out. Stop! It's really me! The guards jumped back the moment they saw her, sweating. Princess, where are your guards? Dead. Killed by a purple dragon, she replied, looking away. The guard froze. A purple dragon? How is that? You were heading to a peaceful negotiation with the elves. He was ordering the goblins around. Isdis sighed, looking back in the carriage and helping Mira down. How did you survive? One of the guards asked. It didn't make sense with how much dragons like to eat humans, especially young and tender women. Red dragons are nefarious for wanting those sacrifices, and Isdis would make a prime target for a purple dragon. He drove it away. Isdis pointed at Arad, barehanded. What? The guards stared at Arad in disbelief. His massive frame only made it seem like the truth. Put your spears away if you don't want the castle flipped on its head, she growled at them, and they dropped their spears. Isdis sighed. Good for a moment. I thought you were going to pick a fight anyway. We won't, one of the guards cried. We won't disgrace you by such actions. They all stared at Arad. What is his name? Arad Orion. Arad replied immediately with a passive face. The guards stared at him for a second, blinking before jumping back. The dragon-slaying and vampire-punching werewolf brawler of Alina. The king thought that was a joke for Alina's lord. Isdis stared at them with a smile. Sorry, but that is the truth. She looked at Arad. I spent enough time with him to know one thing. The rumors are true, and he's even stronger than what they say. Thud. Jack and Lydia jumped from the back of the carriage, and Jack approached the guards. He waved his arms. I saw Arad swing a dragon from its tail, and his mere glares scared devils shitless. You better show some respect. The guards looked at each other, and then at Arad's eyes. His eyes held an eldritch purple glimmer burning with a keen intellect, which they found disturbing. We aren't blocking you in any way, one of the guards said, walking forward. Please follow me. I will lead you to the guest room. He looked at Arad. Another one reached out to Isids. Your Highness, please follow me to your quarter. Isdis stared at him and then at Arad. I'm staying with him. She approached Arad, standing by his side. The guards stared at her, confused. They clearly wanted to scream and drag her to her quarter, but they couldn't. She's the princess, and more importantly, that's a monster standing by her side. Fine, as you say. The guards sighed, guiding everyone to the guest room where sat. Arad looked at the door. A maid stood at each side, their eyes closed and ears clogged. They are here to serve, not listen or see what the nobles and royals are doing. Isdis stared at Arad. They can only hear high-pitched noise. Use this bell. She gave him a golden bell. Arad lifted the bell and rang it. The maids jerked to life, opening their eyes and removing the earplugs. Both of them approached Arad and bowed. Need anything, master? Arad stared at them, standing and glaring at their faces. The maids started sweating, taking a step back. Master, is something wrong? No, Arad lifted his arm, clenching a fist. Swash! He then swung at one of them, his fist barely stopping before her cheek. The maid didn't move. Master, is this some kind of joke? She said, shaking. Arad sighed, sitting back on the couch. You two got some courage. You have my respect. Everyone stared at him. "What are you about?" "I won't say unless they do." He looked at the maids. "Nice to meet you." The two maids stared at each other, smiling. Fine. Guess it can't be helped. As they smiled, horns emerged from their heads and large tails from below their skirts. The first maid approached Erod, bowing, her golden horn and tail glittering. "My name is Kin, an adult gold dragon acting as an emissary of dragons." The other one walked forward, bowing. "My name is Jin." Her silver horns and tails remained still. "Like her, I'm an emissary of the dragons as well." Arad looked at everyone. "They can hear and see us even with their eyes closed and ears plugged. They spy on the king's guests and report back to him." "It's as you said," one of them smiled. Izdis stared at them, shocked. "Wait, I've been here for years. How come I was never informed? Only your father knows about us." "Not even the queens know about us." Jin smiled. Trying to read our minds, Jin stared at Arad. "We are busted if we blocked you, and we're busted if we didn't." She sighed. "I will inform the king that you're a magic dragon, and one that shouldn't be made an enemy at any cost." She bowed to Arad. "Your kind are rare, and we like to preserve them. An endangered animal, but you're a dragon." Jin stared at him with a passive face. Arad looked at them. "How many of you are here?" Jin shook her head. "We only know about ourselves." She looked at Jin. "The king might have other spies around the castle, but only he knows about them." The two maids shifted back to look completely human and bowed. "So, Master Arad," they said, in synergy. "Want tea? How much sugar?" Arad smiled. Anything would do. Chapter 363, A Civilized Discussion. Chapter 363, A Civilized Discussion. Bam! The door burst open as the maids poured tea. Arad looked, seeing an armored old man with a long white beard, wrinkled face, and a golden gown above his head walking inside. The rumored Arad Orion. "I heard tales about you. Most of them seem unrealistic." He stared at Arad standing close to the table. "You're the king?" Arad asked, standing up and staring at the man in the eyes. "Father, why are you armored?" Izdis asked if it was the first time she had seen him wear it in years. "The King Bautos, Leor Ruris, named after my ancestors. But I still do not meet their standards, so thank you for saving my daughter." Arad nodded. "Don't worry about that." He looked at Izdis. "She's surprised to see you wearing armor. Why is that?" "I haven't fought in years," the king replied with a smile. Gin looked at Arad with a grin. "Don't underestimate those old bones." Kin smiled. "No matter how powerful a king gets, he can't move much to use that power." Arad looked at the king, smiling. "You're looking for a fight? You spent a while with my daughter. I want to see what you're made from." Baltos fixed his gauntlet. "Father, stop it," Izdis shouted, and Baltos stared at her. "Worry not, I won't kill him." "Let him be," Arad said with a smile. "It won't take long to drop him to the ground. A dragon can't refuse a challenge from a king, and Baltos's reasons are still unknown. No matter how much Arad tried probing his mind, it always came back empty. Shall we get started? And let's make it quick." Baltos stared at Arad. "Beware, he's dangerous." Arad instinctively lifted his arms. Baltos's iron boots connected with his forearms, sending a shockwave across his whole body. Arad could feel the pressure rushing to his shoulder, his legs lifted from the ground, and his body flew out of the balcony and fell from the castle. He blinked and saw Baltos falling after him with a passive face. Arad growled, lifting his palm and firing a massive fireball. Baltos fell right through the flames, unharmed. He swung his fist at Arad's face and sent him to the ground. Bam! Arad landed on his legs, smiling. "You old bag of bones, that hurts." He smiled, swinging a fist and hitting the fallen king on the face. Crack! Baltos's body flew at a blinding speed, crashing into the castle walls. Crack! As bricks fell around his body, Baltos opened his eyes, smiling. "Now that's a punch." He fell on his legs, cracking his shoulder and approaching Arad, almost lost a tooth. "I expected the human king to be weak. taking Alina's lords as a measure, but I seem to have been wrong. Arad smiled, taking a deep breath and stepping forward. Swash. Baltos's body ignited in red flames, his eyes flashing with a white light as golden scales emerged on his face. To tell you I have the blood of a gold dragon coursing through my veins, fire won't harm me. Arad clenched his fists, refraining from showing his scales. Is that so? It's not like I'm limited to fire, he smiled, and lighting crackled from his shoulders and down to his fists. The white flash of light illuminated the whole garden, blinding the poor guards rushing to help. Father, stop, you can't beat Arad, Isdis shouted, glaring down from the balcony. Boom! A red flash exploded beneath Baltos's feet, propelling his body forward like a missile, shockwaves bursting from his shoulders as he swung a fist at Arad. Crackle. Lighting crackled, and Arad's body disappeared in the blink of an eye. He then emerged behind Baltos with a smile. Slow, Virum, he swung a lightning-fast punch. Wash. Baltos spun in his place, deflecting Arad's fist with a kick and hitting him with his knee to the head. Bam. Arad's body spun in place, his head digging through the ground as Baltos went for another punch. The ground crackled, and a large ice spike flew up, forcing Baltos to stop his attack and leap back ice. He gasped. Arad's purple eyes gleamed from beneath the ground, glaring at Baltos with an eldritch magic flashing from them. His body started levitating, pulling his head out of the ground and standing upright. Those rumors aren't wrong. You're a true monster. Baltos smiled. No matter how hard I hit you, it doesn't seem to affect you, and you can retaliate at a terrifying speed. You punching a dragon to death won't be strange, let alone vampires and werewolves. Arad smiled. Same for you. I faced a monster that couldn't punch as hard as you. Baltos smiled, approaching Arad. Haven't fought like this in 10 years since that Buffon came here? Alcott, do you know him? Arad blinked. Alcott, he taught me how to fight? The king stared at Arad, scratching his beard. Your mentor, I expected more. You two look awfully alike, he stared at Arad. That large build, sharp glare, and boiling temper, and the face you came with my daughter. Except he came with my sister instead. I only met him a few months back, Arad replied, landing on his feet with a smile. With, Look. The king approached Arad, extending his hand for a shake. Arad Orion, or should I say Baron Arad Orion, the Dragon Slayer, welcome to the royal castle and make yourself at home. Arad shook the king's hand with a smile. Nice to meet you. After a moment of silence, the king smiled and closed his eyes. One last thing, he said, keep away from my daughter. He swung his leg up, kicking Arad in the jewels as hard as he could. Arad felt his bones quake as the blood rushed to his head. He ground his teeth and grabbed the king by the beard, swinging him up and smacking him on the ground face first. Crack. As the king lay on the ground bleeding, Arad fell beside him, unconscious. A few minutes later, Arad and the king were transported inside for treatment, and they were left asleep in the castle's healing quarter Isdis, and Aela stood beside them, looking at them with disappointed faces. Those two numbskulls. Isdis sighed, staring at her asleep father. Especially you, Aela stared at Arad. You could have dodged that kick. Why the hell did you take it? Isdis stared at her. Probably father's sleep aura, she sighed. His gold draconic bloodline gives him command over fire and a sleeping gaze. It numbs the senses and can drop people asleep. She stared at Arad. I'm surprised he fought that long without falling. Click. The door opened and Kin walked inside. Your Majesty Isdis, your sister is here for you. Isdis looked at Aela. I need to go. Call me when Arad wakes up. I think I should apologize in my father's stead. Aela shook her head. No, we're heading out as soon as he wakes up. She smiled. We have a market to explore. Don't want to waste more time here. Isdis giggled, calling the apology of a princess a waste of time. You're a savage. Kin looked at them. I don't think Sir Arad would care for an apology. As smart and wise we dragons get, we always talk better with our claws. I'm sure he and the king had an understanding. Like what? An eternal vengeance, Isdis sighed. More like Kin scratched her chin. His Majesty Baltos won't worry about you being with Arad as he trusts his strength, and Arad won't have a problem respecting him since he has proven his power. Jin walked inside the room. Kin is right. As a dragon, Arad can only ever respect the strong, and as a father, His Majesty can only trust a strong man with you. Fists are the best at conveying that. What do you mean trusting him with me? Isdis cried, rushing out of the room as the maids stared at her with passive faces. Chapter 364, The Capital's Market. Chapter 364, The Capital's Market. Arad opened his eyes, staring at a ceiling he didn't know. Beside him sat Aella with a smile. Are you okay? Arad sat up and scratched his head. How did I end here? Did that old man knock me out? Aella looked at him. You were taken by a sleep spell when you took a painful hit. He looked around him. Where is he? The king woke up earlier and left for a meeting with the nobles. They need to find a way to deal with the elves now that the tension is lessening. She helped him stand. Shall we go? Arad smiled. We delivered Isdis. We can head out. Aella giggled. I thought you would want to wait for a reward. Gold be damned, I need to get you, Eris and Mira, some new clothes. He smiled. Also, I'm sure Baltos would do something about it later. Arad walked out of the healing quarter, seeing Eris and Mira waiting at the door. Both of them rushed at him. Are you all right? I'm fine. He looked around. Did Jack and Lydia already head out? Yeah, they left, Mira replied. They should return later at night. Those two maids have prepared rooms for us. We can stay in the castle as long as we want. Eris approached Arad. They have a nice bath here. Arad smiled. We will check it later at night. For now, let's head to the city. Arad and the girls walked through the hallway and to the guards. The guards saluted them before they reached the castle's gate. The moment the gate guards spotted them, they yelled, Drop the bridge. Ella looked back at the garden as they walked across the drawbridge. Arad, can we get some flower seeds, maybe an apple tree as well? Of course, as long as they can survive the trip. He looked at her with a smile as they entered the streets. You want to plant some in our garden? It would be amazing to have some roses, and a fruit tree can never hurt, she replied. Mira looked at Arad. Since you own a lot of land and you've been declared a baron by the king, why not put that land to use? She smiled. A vineyard or a sprawling emerald grove of fruit trees. That sounds like a good idea. Would be nice to get a winery as well. Iris looked at Arad with a grin. Baron Arad's beer, now that could be fun. If we wanted to do it, I need to hire farmers and someone to manage things. I can't stay with them all day long, Arad replied, thinking as they entered the market. You might end up building a second city beside Alina, depending on how successful your domain would be in the forest. Iris tapped Arad's shoulder. Arad looked around. We're in the market. Anything you want? Besides clothes, of course, we will get those when we find a decent shop. He stared around, and his eyes stopped at a small stall at the end of the street. Look there, Arad said, staring forward. Aella looked, seeing an old lady sitting on the ground, selling a bunch of strange trinkets and baubles. They approached the old lady and looked at her wares. Young man, want something for the ladies? She smiled. It's rare to see a man with more than one woman around here. She giggled. Arad looked around him. You're right. He smiled and looked at what she had, rings, necklaces, hair combs, and ropes and rocks. Arad picked one of the rocks, a yellow one with a strong acidic smell. This stone, what is it? The old woman smiled. Brimstone picked from the eastern volcanic mountains. People like to throw it in their bathes. Mira stared at the stone, confused. This thing? Stop joking. I might throw it at someone as a weapon. Aella picked a hair comb. This one is made from fir wood. An elven craft? I don't know. I bought it from a traveler, but it looks nice, the old woman replied. Arad looked at Eris. Want something? Eris shook her head beneath her hood. Nothing caught my eye. They are all mundane objects, no magic in them. The old woman giggled. If you want magic objects, I'm not the person to look for. She lifted one of her necklaces. My prized item is but a silver necklace. How much is the hair comb? Ayla asked with a smile. 5 copper coins, the old woman replied. I will give you 4 for it. Ayla pulled the money. Arad stared at them. Ayla, give her 6 copper coins. He smiled and both stared at him. Why do you say that? The old woman asked. You bought that thing for 5 copper coins and was selling it for the same price, Arad replied. I can see that in your face, he lied. He did read her mind to check for the real price of the comb. Had she inflated the price, he would have taken the lowest price. After paying the old woman, they head deeper into the market, looking around for something to buy as big as the capital. They don't have that many things on sale. Interesting ones, at least. Arad sighed. They do. Alla looked around. I see a section there where they sell monster parts, hides, bones, and even poisons. And look there. Someone is offering healing with magic for a low price, and over there they are selling a lot of fruits and vegetables. Myra stared at her. Arad said interesting things. She smiled, looking at him. What do you mean by that? Weapons, magic items, or spells and clothes as well, he replied, looking around. Eris sighed. You won't find weapons in the main market. We should look for a blacksmith for that. And for magic items, they are valuable, so no one would put them on display on the streets. Thud, as they walked, a woman bumped into Arad and fell on her back. Ow, she cried, scratching the back of her head. Look where you're going. Arad stared at her and extended his hand. Let me help you up, he sighed. You're all right? The woman took a deep breath. Yeah, sorry for lashing out. I'm the one who was rushing. She looked at the 3 women beside Arad. Bed and Ella glared at her with a terrifying smile. And Eris already pulled a knife. Only Mira looked at her with a worried face. Arad looked at the woman's face. If you were rushing, you should go. He kept walking, and the girls followed him. The woman stared at them and then rushed away, slipping between the building and stopping in a dark alley. That was close, she sighed. Strolling with 4 women, he must be noble of some kind. She pulled a leather pouch from her pocket. Let's see what he had on him. She opened the pouch she snatched from Arad, looking inside to find it filled with nails and chain rings. The hell is this? Is he a carpenter of some kind? She looked at the pouch, disappointed. Might be worth selling. She turned around to see 2 red eyes glaring at her from the darkness. Who? Before she could scream, a hand blocked her mouth, pulling her into the darkness. Thud. The woman smacked onto the ground and looked up, seeing Eris glaring at her. What do we have here? A thief? A pickpocket? She smiled. You that dagger woman from earlier. The woman cried. It's me. Eris pulled the dagger, spinning it between her fingers. My husband noticed your trick. Care to check your own pocket? The woman panicked, reaching into her jacket to find her pocket missing. Eris laughed. You tried to steal from him? And he stole from you. She pointed her dagger at the woman. Well, I came on my own. Shall I kill or leave you? The woman stared around, confused. Get away from me. She stood to run away. Calm down. Eris glared at her with glowing red eyes, and the woman felt her chest grow heavy. Her will to run away faded. Eris approached the woman, touching her neck with a grin. I haven't fed in a while. Your blood will do. As you wish, the woman mumbled, her eyes sleepy and glowing red. Several minutes later, Eris returned to Arad. Did I miss something? Arad stared at her. Where did you? Eris smiled. I dealt with that thief. Her blood didn't go to waste. Killing her is wrong for attempt pickpocket, and leaving her alive would spell trouble. Arad glared at Eris, hoping she didn't just suck her blood and leave her wandering the city. Worry not, Eris smiled. My bites numb the senses and soul. She won't remember anything that happened today, and neither she would have bite marks. Arad sighed. I hope you're right. I don't want any trouble while we're having a nice time, and this place is filled with paladins. It's our death if you caused were discovered. Chapter 365. Women Only Shop. Thud Arad stopped beside a large wooden door on the main street. Chiseled stones adored the only walls. The engraving around the door's frame seemed awfully familiar. Potions and scrolls for the mages. Pay only with gold, Arad mumbled, reading the engravings. Ayala stared at him. You can read that. It looks like mere scribbles. I didn't know you understand the dwarven tongue. Eris approached Arad with a smile. You like reading or something? Arad shook his head. Doma read them for me. I felt I saw it before at the blacksmith in Alina. Some of his weapons have similar engraving. Want to check it out? Ayala asked, but Arad shook his head. Let's keep looking. Your clothes come first. As they walked away, the shop's door opened and a dwarf stared in their direction. I smell an artifact, he mumbled, glaring at Arad. After walking for a bit, they finally saw a shop that sells clothes. A small brick building with wooden doors and windows, a lemon tree growing beside the main door, and a cat stared at them from the second-story window. Arad grabbed the doorknob and turned it, pushing the door open. Ring! Ring! Is someone inside? A woman stared at them. Men aren't allowed inside. Scram, she growled. Only women may enter. She approached Arad, a broom in her hand. She glared at him. What are you waiting for? Leave. Arad stared at her face. You seemed to sell clothes, he asked, ignoring her threat as he walked to her side. Women clothes. Get out, or I will kick you myself. Arad looked at the woman's face, smooth and glossy. Her blue eyes glittered under the magical light in the ceiling, and her black hair danced with the faint wind coming from the window. Ayala walked behind Arad, looking around. A women-only shop? She looked at the shopkeeper. God's bless you, my daughter. Is this man with you? She stared at Ayala's face. If so, they tell him to remain outside. You could at least tell me why? Arad glared at her. You're denser than a brick. She approached Arad. Only women are allowed here, so they can pick their clothes with ease. You don't want another man staring at your wife, picking her underwear. She poked his chest. If so, then wait outside. Arad looked back at the girls and at the women. She's right. Nuelf. Or, here you are. A voice came from the door, and everyone instantly stared at the source. Gojo stood there with a smile on his face, walking inside to Arad's side. Ah, gods, the woman cried. Another one? Are you two brothers or something? Gojo stared at Arad. Yeah, you can say that. He smiled. Mind if I took him out for a second? Anything, just take him out. She sighed, and Gojo grabbed Arad by the arm. Come, I have a place we can visit. Let the girls shop as they want. Arad nodded. A moment. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a large purse. He then gave it to Ayla with a smile. Buy whatever you want. Ayla eyed the purse in her hand. The weight alone made her sweat. She opened it and quickly closed it back up. All of this? Arad nodded with a smile, his thoughts seeping through her and into Zephyr. Protect them at all costs. A giggle came from Ayla's mind. The spirit inside laughed in excitement. Worry not, for I cannot let Ayala get angry at me. Arad then stared at Iris. I don't need to tell you, do I? Iris smiled. Come on, Master Arad. She approached him. You know how much I like my work. I can't wait to find a reason to get back to it. Her mouth got closer to his ear. Cremating people is fun, so don't worry. Arad smiled and left the shop with Gojo. As Arad left, Ayala stared at him, closed the door, and then looked at Mira. We should pick something quickly, Mira smiled. Don't worry, he'll go for a walk with Gojo, might even forget us here. She approached the shelves. How about we focus on finding something useful? Mira pulled out a tiny piece of clothes and threw it at Ayala. Check this out, might help at night. Ayala grabbed the pink piece of clothes in her fist, lifting it up toward the light and opening it. The thing was shaped like the letter V if the base had a cut in it. Ayala stared at it, confused for a second. Those are torn. Look, there is a hole in them. She showed the piece of underwear to Eris. Eris smiled. How do I explain it? Ayla, well, those are supposed to look like that for. Ayla paused for a second before throwing them back at Mira. They suit you more. Mira caught them with a smile. Suit yourself. Don't cry if Arad keeps coming back to me. She turned to look at more clothes. Eris walked past Ayla. I'm also picking some. I might end up taking your place if you don't act quickly. Poked her shoulder, Ayla stared at them. Her eyes glowing green, she wanted to blow them away but had to contain herself. I will pick something more decent, thank you. She went to the back, searching the shelves, and her eyes stopped on a semi-transparent piece of garment. She picked it up. It was a nightgown. Is this supposed to be a nightgown? She looked at the shopkeeper. The blade dancers' wits. The blade maidens of the dark elves dance, wearing them under the moonlight, usually as an offering to the sword goddess or to their husbands. The shopkeeper replied, "You can see both as a nightgown or a holy cloth. Depends on your use case." Ella stared at the clothes. Dark elves, been a while since I heard about them. The shopkeeper nodded. They do live on the other side of the Sea of Death. I got those nightgowns 5 years ago from a traveler. I'm sure this emerald-tinted one would fit your eyes nicely. Iris walked around the shop and soon stopped at a strange shelf. Several bottles with multiple colors were arranged in a perfect line. "My lady," the shopkeeper approached her, "those are a replica of the witch's nail polish. They have the same mystic glow, but lack in magic." Eris approached the bottles, staring at them. "You say they are fake?" As she looked closer at the bottles, a whiff of magic danced around one of them. A genius one was mixed in between them. It was the black one. Eris looked at the shopkeeper. "Should I tell her? No, she might raise the price. I already paint my nails black, so I'm taking this one." She picked the bottle that had magic flowing through it. "I will pack it up for you." The shopkeeper smiled. "Can I try it?" Eris smiled, and the shopkeeper nodded. "Please use that chair." Several minutes later, "Gra, gra, gra, gra." A loud scream filled the shop, and everyone rushed to check on Eris, seeing her holding her hand and sweating. "Are you all right?" Ayla asked. "What happened?" The shopkeeper looked around. Eris shook her head. "I'm fine. Sorry for scaring you. I just stabbed the inside of my nail." She stared at Ayla, signaling for her to take the shopkeeper away. As Eris was left alone, she stared at her right palm. The nail of her index finger smoked, a gust of magic coursing from it. "Damn it, it hurt as if my fingernail was pulled off." Arid would be surprised, she giggled. Chapter 366 Brothers. Arid and Gojo walked across the busy streets, standing out like a sore thumb. A large man as thick as the mountains and a slender one with white hair and an alluring face. Just their stares scared people as if they stared at their souls. "Where is your party?" Arad asked, looking at Gojo and then around them. The people left a clear way for them to walk on. Gojo smiled. "Each one is doing something except Gug. She is asleep." Gojo looked around, lifting one finger, conjuring an ice rose. "Even right now, I'm working on a spell." Arad stared at the rose with a smile. "This looks beautiful. What is it?" "Ice Bane. The spell will freeze the water in the air and cause it to blossom like roses on everything." The ice rose floated above Gojo's finger and evaporated. "A good distraction. Why would you need that?" Arad stared at Gojo. "For the mission? Don't underestimate humans. No matter how strong you get, they can find a way to win. They are the heroes to slay monsters after all." He stared at Arad with a grin. Dragons fell thousands of heroes, yet always they lose to someone in the end, and it's usually the last one expected since they didn't plan for it. Gojo waved his hand. The little girl of the Fire Mountains slaying a dragon, the crazy wizard of Allura slaying a devil, and the serial killer who ravaged the god of murder plans, forcing him to get weaker. Who are those? Heroes that the world doesn't speak of enough. They only know the adventurers who publicly slay monsters, but who do you think is better? A man fighting for money and fame or the ones trying to survive? Gojo waved his hand. Powerful people have their own plans. Arad nodded. Information about S-rank powers is hard to come by. It makes sense that if someone isn't intending to get famous, they won't. That's the point. Gojo smiled. Don't underestimate people. It doesn't matter if they looked weak. Arad approached a small tavern and pulled a chair in their outdoor set. Gojo sat facing him as the bartender approached. "What can I bring you?" he smiled. Gojo stared at him. 2 beers would do. He waved his hand, and if you have something light to eat, bring it as well. As the two faced each other, Gojo extended his hand to Arad. Mind shaking it? He smiled. Why? Arad stared at Gojo's hand, getting a feeling that he shouldn't do it. Don't worry, Gojo smiled. The worst that could happen is you getting blasted to the other side of the capital. Arad stared at Gojo's hand. That's dangerous, he sighed, shaking his hand. Nothing happened, and Gojo laughed. Do you know, can you realize just how magnificent this small action is? We just shook hands. What of it? Arad stared at Gojo, gripping his palm. The fact that we can touch, Gojo smiled, pulling his other hand with a cube floating on top of it. Thanks to this one, I call it the Black Cube. Arad looked at the cube and Doma stirred. I can't understand the magic swirling in it. Want to see what happens if I turn it off? Gojo smiled, and the cube started spinning. I get blasted to the other side of the city? Arad replied with what Gojo said earlier. Not just you. Ding. The cube stopped spinning, disappearing into thin air. As if time stopped, Arad could sense the magic around him scream, his chest constricting, and his soul shook. Their hair started dancing as Gojo smiled, his body levitating back, and soon Arad realized the same was happening to him. Bam! Like a massive hammer. Something heavy hit them on the chest, sending each one flying in opposite directions at a blinding speed to the bartender. They were shaking hands in 1 second and got blasted in the blink of an eye. Arad snapped back to reality, his body flying back at an insane speed. He tried to breathe, but couldn't. Something was pushing on his chest. He glared forward, seeing Gojo getting blasted in the distance as well. Arad tried to fight against the invisible force, but his arms broke. He can't push forward no matter what. As Gojo flew back just as hard as Arad, the cube emerged again and floated between them, shining with a purple radiance. The force suddenly stopped, and the two fell several miles apart, staring at each other, stuck in a shattered tree trunk. Gojo lifted his right palm, staring forward with an arcane radiance. Spatial void, frozen end. Arad could see the space between him and Gojo bend to the point they almost touched. The city around them twisted and extended, disappearing into pure darkness. Crackle! Arad fell on the pure dark ground, looking around to see Gojo standing before him, extending his hand. I will help you stand. Arad stood on his own. What is this? He gasped. Did you blast the city? Gojo shook his head. No, the city is safe. To them, this would only look like a white flash. He glared at Arad. You know what this means? Arad stared at Gojo. You're a void dragon. I can feel it now. Gojo smiled. And not just anyone. I might as well be your brother. I catch a similar scent to mine in you. I was the only egg around, Arad growled, and we don't even look alike. I was born a year ago. I'm older than you, and we void dragons take our appearance from the humanoid parent. Since I suspect we have the same mother, our fathers are different. Arad approached Gojo. Do you know who Mother was? Gojo shook his head, sadly. No, I searched for her and my father, but to no result. She's better than us at hiding. He opened his palm. I first suspected my father to be that old man named Cain, but I was wrong. He's a different kind of monster. My father is someone else, probably with white hair and blue eyes. Why only tell me now? Arad growled. I could have used a brother in the past weeks. We could have ended up killing each other if we didn't share the same mother. I also needed to keep my distance tuning this thing. Gojo pulled the cube again. What is it? It's the reason we aren't repelled now, right? Arad touched the cube. Since I was born a year ago, I was presented with 2 choices to fix our race problem. I felt that mating and having a lot of eggs is useless, only treating the symptoms, not curing the problem. The cube started spinning in Gojo's hand. So I decided to abandon that and focus on finding a cure, and that's how I ended up finding this thing. Arad looked at the cube. The magic in it, it's strange. I can't understand it as well, trying to learn more about it. Gojo smiled, tucking the cube in his pocket. How did you get it? Arad looked at Gojo's face, trying to read his mind. Want to have a look? Be my guest. Gojo smiled, a blue flash glowing in his eyes. Click, 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 click. Hello, can you understand me? Gojo's and Arad's minds intertwined, their memories merging as their thoughts transferred between them at a blinding speed. Arad could see Gojo waking up in the forest, walking down the river, and finding an abandoned tent. The tent was filled with wooden sculptures of elven feet and hands, to the point that Gojo wanted to burn it whole. Soon after, the elf called Vars came out and attacked him, thinking he was a thief. Gojo lost the fight, having just been born, and Vars locked him in a glass bottle and forced him to listen to him rambling about the beauty of elven feet. Vars have a problem, Arad said, and Gojo sighed. Keep looking. I did get to punch him once. After one day, Gojo managed to control his void, and a voice spoke in his head, telling him to find a mate. He immediately blasted the bottle open with a breath and escaped. The voice in his head kept urging him to find a mate, find a human settlement, but he wasn't having any of it. After a short confrontation with Vars, they identified the voice as a shard of Gojo's mother, chained to him with a curse. To the elf, it wasn't hard to break the curse and bind the voice to an object with the voice gone. Gojo lost all of his human feelings and started to think more like a dragon and less like a human. The Void Dragon's life circle now meant nothing to him. Where is your shard of mother? Arad growled. As you saw, Vars and I extracted it from my soul and linked it to a necklace. I'm keeping it stored away, Gojo replied. As long as you have it inside you, your urge to live like a human. I need to be a dragon if I'm to find a cure. Keep watching. Arad closed his eyes, seeing a horde of barbarians fighting in the middle of a forest, a large temple burning in the back. A large woman with a battle age ran on the corpses, axe held up high as her eyes darted around, seeking escape. Gojo and Vars leapt out of the burning temple, the artifact in their hands, as they saw the woman Gug running with a gaping wound on her stomach. Vars called to ignore her, but Gojo lunged and snatched her from the battlefield. As Gug growled, Gojo transformed into his draconic form and flew away with them. The memories of great fights, deadly foes, and countless near-death experiences flashed across Arad's mind, and Gojo have grown faster and faster. As tough as the Void Dragons come, he devoured his way across everything, freezing and eating them. Arad opened his eyes. In 1 year, his brother had experienced more than a human can achieve in a full lifetime. And there he stood, an adult Void Dragon. I saw it, your memories, Arad gasped. So I did, Gojo smiled. It's how we Void Dragons catch up to each other. Arad scratched his head, but I still feel it was dangerous to travel with someone as unhinged as Vars. A necromancer and a student of the forbidden arcane arts, and also obsessed with feet for some reason. Gojo scratched his head. I know Vars can get weird, but dangerous is what you need in a fight. You saw him raise hordes of undead, didn't you? I did, and that's powerful, Arad smiled. I can't fault I also ended up with some bad company. Gojo laughed. You mean yourself? A vampire-wormwolf combination? And a curse witch living freely inside your head. Vars can help you rip all of those out if you wish. Arad shook his head. No thanks, I need them for now. Gojo smiled. Now that we caught up, dear younger brother, would you help me steal the second artifact we need? Arad scratched his chin. Inside the royal castle treasury, Vars and I already stole this one. He showed Arad the cube, and the results are magnificent. I bet the second one would get us one step further toward curing our race. Arad scratched his chin. You intend to see what can be done with it before giving it back to the elves, and Vars agreed to let you have it for a while before returning it. Gojo nodded. We will eventually give it back to the elves, but only after we get what we need from it. Arad smiled, and so did Gojo. For the Voids, Gojo giggled. We Void Dragons never got the chance to work together due to that cursed disease, but now we can. Arad giggled, shaking Gojo's hand. Two brothers, one goal, no one can stop us, Gojo said. flicking his finger and returning with Arad to their seat. 2 seconds earlier, Arad and Gojo still sat on the table, and the bartender turned to bring them their order. Swash! A violent gust of wind blasted, and he turned back to see the table empty with the chairs falling to the ground. Ding! A white light flashed across the sky, and the 2 men appeared standing beside the table as if nothing happened. What? No one noticed it. Gojo smiled. You will learn some tricks once you grow into an adult. In the meantime, you should focus on studying magic like a wizard. He waved his hand. But this is just my opinion. You might find a martial way. Arad lifted his hand and clenched a fist. Magic or martial, which one do you think is best? We're tuned to magic by birthright. You should be able to excel at it with enough effort. But martial arts might make you a bit more balanced, Gojo replied, flexing his arm. Or you could try both if you're crazy enough. Arad looked at Gojo's arm. But we lack time. Gojo pointed at Arad. You catch quickly. 10 years isn't enough for us to grow, let alone 1 year. What I pick won't matter in 10 or 20 years, but it matters in the coming months, Arad mumbled. I will try my best. Gojo giggled. There is a third option for you that isn't available to me, he smiled. You could lean more to your rabid side. You know what I mean, he winked. My vampiric and lycanthropic powers, those would make me stronger. Arad looked into his own mind, finding Doma. What do you say? What's the problem? Just make sure you don't lose control. Doma and Gojo are right, albeit I don't agree with him removing my shard. Growing without guidance is a quick way for a worm to go astray. Mom added, I see, I will look into it. But for now, what of your quest? Arad asked. Gojo scratched his chin as the bartender brought them the drinks. We still need time to prepare, like knowing its exact location beforehand, the rounds of the guards, and more. Gojo waved his finger. It's better if we grabbed it like this, flicking his fingers. No one saw anything. That would be for the best. I don't want to get in trouble with Baltos. Arad sighed. Don't worry, that's the main reason we're preparing. Gojo took a sip from his cup. I can go in and out by force. I doubt the capital has anything that could stop me. Even the dragons hiding within the castle aren't a match for me. But I don't want to kill anyone if not necessary, and it's better if no one knew anything. From what I saw, you and Vars have enough power to level the capital. Arad stared at Gojo, remembering the shards of memories he saw. A single breath from his brother is enough to split the capital in half. And that pervert elf Vars, he could cast great magic to raise the countless corpses as an army of undead, overwhelming the capital in seconds. What of the paladins? Arad asked. They are powerful against the non-living and infernal. They hold some power against Vars' creations, but they don't stand to me or Vars himself. Gojo smiled. The chaos would be enough for us to escape. Here you are. A voice came from the back, and Arad turned to see Vars standing there. I was wondering where you went. He pulled a chair and sat beside Arad. He already knows I'm his brother now, Gojo said with a smile, and about our plan as well. Vars sighed. It can't be helped, can it? He looked around. So what did you say? Arad looked at Vars. I would help, as long as we don't make a fuss about it. Worry not, Vars smiled. Maidens won't approach a criminal, would they? Arad stared at him, again with your hobbies. Vars smiled. Did Gojo tell you, or did you see his memories? He looked around. I say human feet and hands aren't as beautiful as elves, but they can get the job done. Arad cringed for a moment, staring at Vars's face, as he sensed a faint hint of lust as he stared at the women around them. But soon that feeling felt strange. He's hiding something behind that lust. Vars noticed Arad's gaze and smiled, shifting his thoughts. Careful, you don't want to learn the forbidden arts of magic, as there is no return after that. Inora, Ve, Orm, forbidden arts. Arad stared at Vars. Your great magic? Where did you learn something as horrifying as that? Vars smiled. Shadow Graveyard. You saw it, didn't you? I saw it in Gojo's memories. Arad growled in the blink of an eye. Shadows engulfed the ground, and thousands of the dead crawled back from the ground. empty husks of their former self as they lusted for blood. Vars smiled. Your brother isn't the only one with a powerful move. He looked at Gojo, spatial void, frozen end. And you're, Gojo said, looking at Arad, void expansion. Arad sighed. If we three cast all of them at once, we can raise hell. Gojo lifted his hand. Getting ripped apart by your void, Vars undead, eating them alive, and my void stretching them like dough. Gojo smiled. You're right. It's hell on the mortal plane. Arad looked at Vars. Can I assume we won't need to do that? Of course, Vars smiled. Who am I to waste all the beautiful women living in this city? Arad stared at him. I can't help but feel a vile presence from your words. What kind of rot floating in your mind? Vars giggled. Does it matter if my brain is rotten? Gojo sighed. It doesn't matter. We have the same goal, and he won't cause unnecessary trouble. Arad looked between Vars and Gojo. I trust you, he stared at Gojo, but I don't know about him. Gojo waved his hand. You're just getting crept by his weird side. He smiled. But as I said, it doesn't matter as long as he gets the job done. You're right. He looked at Vars. But stay away from my girls. Vars smiled. Of course I will. He waved his hand. I know where to direct my madness, and it shall be toward my enemies. You can trust him on that part. Gojo stared at Arad. Since I met him, he kept himself in check. Arad stared at Gojo, probing his mind and looking for memories. Gojo didn't block him, but instead guided him through his own mind. Vars's last prey was a group of bandits that refused to give them information. They all now rest as corpses, lined inside his magic, ready to be used. A mad necromancer, Vars isn't someone to make an enemy, but someone to keep in check. Satisfied? Vars smiled. You already saw it in Gojo's memories. Arad nodded. Fine, I won't bother you again. You have my thanks, Vars bowed slightly. And now back to business. What business? Arad stared at Vars. I thought you were waiting for information. Gojo sighed. Don't ask him, Vars smiled, staring at Arad. Well, there is this new brothel that opened to the west. I wanted to give it a look. I have wives, Arad growled. Chapter 368. Bonus chapter, Turning Cogs. Arad stood up, staring at Gojo and Vars. Call me when the time comes. I will help as much as I can. Gojo smiled. Same for you. Call me any time if you need help. I'm strong enough to make people question their lives. I'm sure you would find me helpful. Arad turned around, leaving. I'm counting on you, big brother. Arad returned to the clothes shop, hearing Aela and Eris talking inside. He knocked on the door. I'm back. Did you finish? The door quickly opened, and the shopkeeper stared at him. They are waiting for you. Arad smiled. You can be nice, and you can stand outside. She smiled back. Wait a moment. She walked back inside and called the girls. Aela, Mira, and Eris walked out with smiles, staring at Arad. Did we make you wait? No. What did you get? He asked. A lot of things. It's best to see them at home. Mira stared at him and walked to his side. How about you? Did you find anything while you waited? Arad scratched his chin. Do you remember Gojo? Eris stared at Aela. Who? An adventurer from Alina, white hair and blue eyes and ice master. She replied. Yeah, apparently he is my older brother. Gojo Orion, Arad said, and the girls froze. Wait, you have a brother? Mira gasped. Even I only knew, Arad replied. It's both a long and a short story, he explained what happened to them, leaving Gojo's mission out. The girls stared at him. This needs some time to sink in, Aela said. To think you have a brother. It's all good, isn't it? Mira smiled. It's nice to have relatives. She looked at Arad. As long as they don't cause you trouble, come on. Eris patted Arad's shoulder. Let's find something to eat. I ordered a veil and a robe. It would be ready after an hour. As Eris's palm touched Arad's shoulder, he could feel a shiver run down his spine. Doma smiled inside him. She found a nice toy. A smile covered Eris's face as she showed her nails to Arad. How did they look? Arad looked at her hand, filled with magic. What did you do to them? Witch's nail polish. She smiled. Witches, since when you were one? Arad sighed. A witch is a woman who holds an arcane magic in her body. I fit it, being a vampire spawn and having draconic blood. She showed her other hand to Arad. Witches use their blood and hair as catalysts, and the nail polish acts as a conduit for magic. They also allow her to cast magic without the need for an arcane focus, like a staff or a weapon. Her nails are enough, or should I see vampire claws? Arad patted her head. Congratulations, if you find more, you can buy it. Eris blinked twice. Oh, okay, confused at his answer. Arad turned around. I can smell something nice at the end of the street, grilled chicken. We can eat there, Aella pinched her nose. You sure it isn't stench? Arad scratched his chin. So, how about we buy what we need and find a quiet place to eat? He smiled. Everyone nodded, and they headed to buy their lunch. Clack, clack. Lydia and Jack walked out of the main church. She stretched her arms. This place is even more amazing than I thought. She smiled. Jack looked around. You sure? To me, it looked like a fancy barn. Lydia stared at him. Well, the main goddess here is Mother Earth, followed by the blazing sun and the god of rebirth and renewal. Clack. As they walked, a large man cut their way, staring at Jack. I heard someone with the stench of hell was in the church. Care to explain yourself? Huh? Lydia glared at the man, holy magic dripping from her eyes. What did you just say? The man stared at her. A fierce lioness, I can sense your dense holy magic from here? Jack stared at the man. I do reek of the hells. Probably should have expected that. A devil dragged me there while we fought? The man stared at Jack. A mere rogue? He stared at Jack's clothes. You can't have a chance against a devil. That's none of your business, Lydia growled. He didn't get burned walking into the church, so the gods accepted him. That can't be for sure. There are a lot of spells that can protect him. The man smiled. A trial by combat. If he survived a smite, then he's good to go. He grabbed the hilt of his sword. Clack. Lydia grabbed the hilt of her sword. You might as well say you want to kill him. The holy magic seeping from the two clashed, shaking the whole church. Thud. Jack touched Lydia's shoulder. Calm down. I can handle this idiot on my own. The man smiled. The arrogance of a devil, he pulled his sword. I will send you back to the hells. Are you sure? Lydia growled, staring at Jack. Jack smiled and walked forward. Don't worry, he smiled. This man, after all, is weak. The man's face twisted, veins bulging on his head. You dare insult me? Jack stared at the man with a passive face. Of course, Buffon. Even though he looked calm, Jack needed to do his best to enrage the man. Rage clouds the mind, and since Jack's main fighting style relies on tricks and traps, it's best if his target is piss-off mad. The man growled, lunging forward, swinging his sword. Jack smiled, weaving his hands, and two thick wires emerged between them. Clang! The wire caught the sword and kicked the man in the guts, pushing him away. The man fell on his back. You bastard, he growled, seeing Jack smile. Jack pulled a small pouch from his pocket and threw the red dust from it on the man, causing him to scream, eyes red and tearing. You got too angry you didn't even notice your smite failing. What an idiot, Jack laughed. This is the main church, as she said. I wouldn't be standing here if the gods thought I should die. Lydia stared at the man. A paladin's smite comes from their god and oath. It's a borrowed power. And the gods won't lend it to you for your personal gains. She pulled her sword, burning with holy magic. In the name of God we lift our blades, and in his name we fight and die. Jack stared at the man. You thought killing me would rank you up. What a failure. Go fight a real devil, will you? The two walked past the growling man, ignoring his screams. Jack looked at Lydia. See? I told you there are a lot of idiots like him in the church. Lydia sighed. I know. She looked at Jack. Even though the Holy Order is supposed to be a force of good that helps people, people like him are giving us a bad face. Chapter 369. The Plaza Clown. Chapter 369, The Plaza Clown. Arid walked through the city streets with the girls, looking for a calm place to sit and eat. We're in the middle of the capital. We won't find a calm place. Eris stared at Arod, smiling. We could find a clean bench and take a seat? Ella looked around. We can't sit on the roofs in the human kingdom, can we? Mira stared at her. You can do that in the elvish kingdom. We're mainly archers. Vertical movement is encouraged, so the roofs are public land, Ella replied. I don't think that's the case here as well. Arod looked around. I don't see anyone on the roofs. We best find a bench like Eris suggested. Come here. Go there. A clown laughed in the middle of the plaza, waving his hands as the children gathered around, laughing. Arad stopped and stared. What is that? He eyed the weird creature, seeing that it was a human, but failing to understand why he was dressed so weirdly. A clown, Mira said, as she saw Arad confused. They dress like that to amuse people. Mostly children, she explained. You can say it's a form of entertainment. Arad looked at her and then back at the clown. Entertainment, you say? He approached, looking at the clown juggling several balls. The clown noticed Arad standing like a mountain behind the children. He smiled and looked at him.
You there, big guy?
The clown said with a joking voice. Want to come on stage? Show the kids a trick or two, lift them up with one hand. With Arad's size, it wouldn't be strange if he could lift a child with one hand. The children would see it as a fun trick, and this large man who has been so engrossed in the performance would get a chance to participate. A win for everyone is what the clown thought. Arod stood still, lifting his hands and mimicking the clown's movements. The clown smiled. Arod's movements were rough, a poor imitation of his technique, but they felt strange. Arad's hand movement quickly changed, getting closer and closer to the clown's movements until they matched. It only took him a few seconds to learn it. As the clown stopped, juggled his balls, staring at Arad with confusion. 5 crimson orbs of fire emerged ahead of Arad, and he started juggling them. The clown started sweating, his sweat washing the makeup on his face. The kids started cheering, seeing a man playing with fire. The clown coughed, clearing his throat. Ahem, a wild wizard has appeared. Look at the magnificent magic, he shouted with a smile. Arad tried to step forward, but moving messed with his hands. He didn't see the clown move, so he has no base to learn from. His mind looked for the simplest solution to move without shaking his torso, and he reached a strange conclusion. Arad's eyes glowed purple as his body levitated a foot above the ground. He started slowly floating toward the stage, and the clown leapt back, leaving an empty space. The children shouted in excitement. He's flying.
Woo, the cella!
Aella looked at Arad and sighed. He's still a baby, isn't it? She looked at Mira. I don't think a baby should be able to do that, she said, looking at Arad with a smile. Did you see his hands? Eris laughed. He copied that clown's moves in the blink of an eye and made the weird bastard shit bricks. The clown stared at Arad, sweating even harder. Flying magic? That's a 3rd-tier spell. No ordinary mage would be wasting his mana on a children's show. Who is this wizard we want to fly as well? One of the children shouted, jumping in his place, trying to imitate Arad. Arad's eyes flashed, and his hands stopped moving as the fireballs started orbiting around his head. He landed on the ground, slowly lifting his arms up. Crackle! A purple aura of magic rose from Arad's arms, reaching the ground beneath the children, urging their natural powers to sleep. The gravity slowly faded, and they started levitating. Some children curled into a ball. Some cried and most laughed, swimming in the air as Arad stood on the stage, his hands raised and an eldritch flame burning from his eyes. The clown's face paled more than how he was with the makeup. He wasn't an expert in magic, so all he saw was Arad making over a dozen people fly, which was ridiculous. Even the archmages can only make up to 7 people fly, not over 15. The clown approached Arad, his knees shaking. Sir, you can stop, he smiled. I'm sure you have done enough. Arad looked back at the clown and nodded. As you say, Arad didn't know much about this clown thing, but if he said this should be enough, it must be so. Arad slowly lowered his arms, putting the children back on the ground. The flames in his eyes faded alongside the balls orbiting his head, and the clown sighed in relief. Everyone give a clap to our esteemed mage. The clown started clapping, and so did the children, with a smile on his face. Arad walked down the stage as the clown waved to him. The clown resumed his show, thankful that Arad didn't press him further. He then pulled his hat, showing it to the children, and then spun it on one finger. In the blink of an eye, he pulled a flower from it, and the children clapped back for him. The show was his once again. But the clown's reign on the show didn't end as he saw Arad glaring back at him once again, his hands lifting up and mimicking his moves. For a moment, the clown felt safe. He has no flower prepared, nor a hat to hide it in. Is he here just to learn the tricks? But something screamed in the back of his head, this man isn't over. As Arad's hands mimicked the clown, his head tilted as the magic flew from his chest. His eyes flashed purple once again, and from behind his wrist he produced a spruce tree. The clown's jaw fell to the ground alongside his butt, and he crawled back, both baffled and amazed. The tree cast its shadow on the children carried by Arad with a single arm. This was no more a mere clever trick. This is true magic. Does it work like this? Arad mumbled, staring back at the clown. Using the movements of your hands to cover the magic, to pull something out. It could be of any size, right? The clown stared at Arad, confused at the question. Neither of them understood the other's intention. The clown was here merely to entertain the children, using his clever tricks. Arad, on the other hand, misunderstood it as a magic show and thought it was a good chance to learn some magic tricks from a master. He was as impressed with the clown as he was with him. Those hand movements. How did he use them to hide his magic? Arad, though, was unsatisfied with his magic being visible. Doma giggled inside Arad's head. She knew the clown didn't use magic, and knew that Arad thought he used magic and hid it from him, but she won't say, letting Arad experiment with his power, and he might invent something. Chapter 370, A Fancy Lunch in a Back Alley. Crack, Arad rested the tree on his shoulder and thought, I probably need a hat. I've seen mages wear one. Is it for that reason? He looked toward the clown with a smile. What? The clown gasped as the children rushed to look at Arad's tree, jumping to try and touch it. Ayla approached Arad. Put the tree away. You're drawing attention, she sighed, patting his shoulder. Sorry? Arad lifted the tree up, sucking it back to his stomach in the blink of an eye. He then looked at the clown and smiled. Thanks for the lesson. As Arad and the girls left, leaving everyone baffled, the clown returned to his show, trying to scrap what dignity was left for him as the children urged him to produce a tree as the strange man. One of the children, a kid, stared at Arad from the sidelines, smiling. That power, and judging by his behavior, he isn't a student of the arcane arts, but born with them. A sorcerer bathed in the raw magic of the world. The kid flinched, grabbing his eyes and heart, and stumbling back, he started sweating as pain shot across his chest. Mommy and Daddy live in this city. Would you disturb our peace? He glared in Arad's direction. The kid's left eye shifted, flashing with a dark green light as black magic filled his chest. Shall I kill him? Hellguard. Arad stopped, staring behind him as he felt the gaze of a monster. But all he could see was a bunch of children. He looked closely, trying to find traces of magic, but nothing was left. Doma, did you feel that? A curse from the hells, but it's faint as if contained within a fragile case. I say it's a low-level warlock. You don't need to worry about such weaklings. Arad turned and left, ignoring the strange feeling. The kid in the back sighed, sitting on the ground panting. You live this day, intruder. Another kid approached him. Are you okay? You've been acting weird. The blade of the capital is always okay, the kid replied. I'm only basking in the glory of my land. The other kid stared at him. Yeah, Yeah, the blade, right? Stand up. You're getting your clothes dirty. Aunt will kill you. The kid, self-acclaimed the blade of the capital, rushed up, standing with shaking eyes. I'm clean. Don't tell Mom. After walking a bit, Arad finally saw an empty spot behind some houses, an abandoned back alley where people could get robbed. That looks like a nice place to sit and eat. Eris stared where Arad was looking, and then turned at him. You sure? That looks like the kind of place you go to when you want to send someone to their god. Mira looked at Arad. We won't get attacked there, would we? Ayla smiled. Don't worry, that place isn't dangerous to us. We're the danger. She walked beside Arad, confidently. They walked into the back alley and looked for the cleanest spot. Arad pulled a large rag from his stomach, and they laid it on the ground. Ayla was about to start pulling the food they bought, but Arad stopped her. Wait a moment. I still have things to pull out. He smiled, waving his hands and pulling a whole dining table, dishes and candles. Let's get a proper meal. Mara sighed and started helping Arad set the table, and after a minute, a full dining table was laid in the empty street, with wine and candles and everything that made it look fancy, unbefitting of the place. How much stuff do you have in your stomach? Eris asked with a puzzled face. Till this point? Everything I ate, Arad replied. Even when I swallow someone whole, their clothes and armor get stored. I also swelled the whole camp of the idiots who tried kidnapping Mira. This is from their stuff. You have their whole camp? Eris gasped. I intended to only test the limit of my stomach. But I don't seem to have reached them, Arad replied, sitting on his chair. I can pull their whole camp if I want it. Could probably house 100 people. Everyone sat to eat in silence. People avoided those alleys and rushed through them when they must pass through. But Arad was different. A lion doesn't avoid the sheep's way, they avoid his. Thieves in the alley noticed Arad's presence, but the strangeness of the situation kept them at bay. Who in the 9 hells sets a fancy dinner in such a place? After a few moments, and when Arad and the girls were in the middle of their meal, an armed man approached them, pointing a dagger toward Allah. Say, friend, what are you doing on my land? The man growled, his gaze fixed on Arad. Arad took a sip of his wine, his eyes meeting the armed man and flickering with a purple flame. You do not own the street, it's for the public, Arad replied and kept eating. He knew very well the man was lying. He was the leader of a local gang, and Arad could sense his people in the houses around, ready to strike. The man growled, swinging his knife. Then I will slit her throat. Ayla didn't care nor bother to dodge. She knew the man was a fool. They are under Arad's wings, and he isn't reaching them. Arad's eyes flashed. Kneel, a surge of gravity magic fell on the man, dropping him on his knees. Thud. He tried supporting his body with his arms, but to no avail. His nose kissed the ground in the blink of an eye. Arad took another sip of his wine. I do not walk without a purpose. He waved his hand, pulling a letter from his pocket. I have a letter to the man called the Fencer. You think you're strong enough to meet the boss? The man growled. You're but one mage. He has many. Arad smiled. I wouldn't take it otherwise. He stared at the man. Tell him the Fencer of Alina is sending him her regards. Alina, that lowly town, the man growled, his nose bleeding on the ground from the sheer pressure. Do you think she can protect you? The smaller towns have no power over the capital, neither in light nor the dark. Arad nodded. That is true, but it's not for you to decide. Go, tell him I seek a meeting, and if he refuses, I shall come to him on my own. Arad stood, lifting his right arm, and the fire in his eyes grew stronger. Crack. The walls and windows cracked as all the thieves got pulled to one spot, smacking into each other. Arad clenched his fists, crushing them together till he heard the first bone snap. I can crush you to death just like that. If I don't get a reply within a day, consider yourselves dead. He then released them, and they all went running, helping Sarah expand her power over the underground business. I admit she's useful for gathering information and rare items. Hey, help those who help me. Chapter 371 bonus: A Dragon's Ambitions. As the thugs ran away as fast as they could, Arad sat back on his chair, sipping the wine. "Fool," he mumbled, staring forward. Thud! One of the thugs stopped, turning around and pointing his crossbow at Arad. "Die, monster!" he shouted. Ayla snapped like a spring, pulling her bow and aiming at the man. Doused in fear, your mind loses touch. "So, what if you had an itch?" Arad extended his hand to the man, sending waves of psionic magic. "Die, as you won't get closer to my wives, not even an inch." The thug's arms shook and violently trembled as he pointed the crossbow back to his face. His finger clenched shut, and the bolt through his eye went. Budden Arad lowered his hand, and a dark cloud sucked the thug's twitching corpse. The running thugs stared back at their friend's death as they ran. This wasn't something they could fight. A monster, a demon, a creature beyond their understanding. About an hour later, inside a house in the city's upper district. Crack! A man's body rolled on the ground, bleeding from his face. "He's one of the thugs that Arad sent away, master. I swear by the gods that isn't a man but a monster," he growled, blood gushing out of his nose and mouth. "You know, I find your lie hard to believe." A voice came from the room's shadows. A masked man stood there. A bolt or a dagger and he would have started bleeding. The man shook his head. "We tried. He has weird magic lifted and smashed us together. He even made Jolan kill himself." The masked man sighed. "Did he scare you to that degree?" "I was wrong to trust you with any decent job." He stood, pulling a dagger. "Here you die, you ran to me, and that was for naught." From his voice, the thug could tell he was smiling. The thug's body started shaking, convulsing, and suddenly stopped. When fear takes hold, the mind is easier to elude. The thug said, standing straight as if his fear disappeared. The masked man stopped moving, taken aback by the purple spark in the thug's eyes. The thug smiled. "Careful. Don't get scared. As that when you get snagged," the masked man lowered his weapon. "You're the monster they spoke of, as I expected. You rigged my poor assistants." Thug looked at the masked man. "You've been nothing but trouble to a dear friend of mine. Blocking the goods, as if you owned them. The capital is my domain." The masked man growled. "If Sarah really sent you, then tell her, wizard. I shall skin her alive when I get to her." "The capital is your domain?" "No, it isn't. Not anymore." He waved his hands. "You either serve her or lie cold on the floor." "In your dreams, wizard," the masked man growled. "Don't dare sleep and sink in dreams, as I'm always near, more than it seems." The thug smiled. A fly came out of the window, slipping beneath the man's mask. "Growl, growl, growl." The masked man fell on his face, growling in pain, and took off his mask, his left eye bleeding. A bug is enough for a bug, don't you think? The thug smiled, and the masked man raged, taking off his head, and screamed, "That bastard!" The thug's head fell to the ground, smiling as the purple flames in his eyes faded. Out in the street, Arad smiled, and Ayla looked at him. "Did you finish?" "Yeah, I gave him a warning." He looked back at her. "I can control animals and bugs just fine, but I need the humans to be terrified to the bone to get hold of them." "I suspect that man showed something other than fear," Ayla replied. "He showed anger, dissatisfaction, and greed. I sensed no fear from him as far as he knew. He ruled the place for years, and I'm just another challenger for his seat." Arad explained, and Eris smiled in the back. "I can go right now and snag him for you. He won't even realize what happened to him." Arad shook his head. "We still need to learn the vault's location from him. Our best chance is me controlling his mind and forcing him to tell us." Arad smiled. "With that knowledge, Sarah can control the capital." Mira giggled in the back. "You speak as if overthrowing the capital's underworld is but a side job you do while on a vacation." Arad smiled at her. "It is a side job, after all. To this point, they didn't prove to be big enough of a threat. If Arad's enemies aren't strong enough to resist his psychic abilities, they aren't even worth the time. The bar of those who can challenge him has been raised, and so the fights ahead are going to get even more dangerous. Dragons are known to dominate their area and manipulate and control humanoids to do their bidding. Arad is no different, and like any other dragon, he's driven by an ambition that only he has. My family is my weakness. It doesn't matter how strong I am, if they can just target my wives and eggs. Arad's mind started turning. I shall build a protective layer to safeguard my house, hundreds of thousands of soldiers, monsters, and magic. A lair beyond the deadliest of mazes, one that doesn't need me to protect it. Arad could see it, feel it. Tens of maidens carrying his eggs to a hatchery of gold and silver, guards upon guards, walls upon walls, and barriers upon barriers. Everything beneath his claws as he gazes down from the highest peak, and his enemies burning at the very edge of his domain. His house to them is like the stars, untouchable, unreachable. A dragon's arrogant dream of wealth and power. Arad smiled at the thought, walking beside Aella. He shook his head. Now is the time to work. He can enjoy it when it becomes true. No one is going to build it for him. No, he won't let anyone build it for him. He can't be happy if it isn't his own work. And what if they sabotaged it? He can't trust anyone with his dream. It's his pride, and he shall see it done. Aella looked at Arad, sensing the dragon stirring. Even beneath his calm face, she could sense his lust for power. The older he gets, the closer he gets to his draconic nature. Is that what they really want? Clap. Mira smacked Arad on the shoulder, smiling. Arad, your face is scary. Smile. Arad stared at her, confused. What? You're thinking too much. I can see it on your face. She grabbed him from the cheek, pulling them apart to force a smile. You said this is a vacation for us. Let's have fun, she pointed into the distance. I want to see the capital's famous garden. I heard a flower field lies in the middle of it. Arad smiled. A flower field, that would be beautiful to see. He looked forward. Let's go. Chapter 372, Natural Beauty. Upon reaching the central garden of the capital, Arad stopped at the gate and stared inside at the vast, lush forest sprouting in the middle. To think such a place existed around here. Aella looked at Arad, smiling. We wouldn't have come here, she giggled. You had to find those thugs, Eris added. Arad shook his head. I could have searched for them at another time, he replied, while approaching the garden gate. For now, let's go see that flower field. Sir, please wait a moment. An armed guard approached them, standing in front of the gate. What is it? Arad approached the guard. You better not tell me it's closed. His mere presence towering over the guard caused the poor man to start shaking in his boots. The garden has rules that you must follow, the guard gasped. Don't throw trash or you will be removed. Don't feed the animals so they won't start targeting people for food, and don't ignite any flames. This stated the three main rules with a shaking voice. What? Is that all? Arad smiled. We can follow those with ease, he smiled. The guard relaxed, stepping aside. You can enter now, Mira asked Arad as they walked inside the garden. Isn't that common knowledge? Aella sighed. You're right, at least for us elves. Respecting the forest is an important thing. Humans are stupid. You will find a lot of fools that don't follow the basics of decency. Eris sighed, pointing in the distance to a ground of people hiding their trash inside the bushes. Arad sighed. Give me a moment. He turned around and returned to the gate. He then returned to the girls after a minute, and they asked him, what did he do? I told the guard they should get removed soon, he growled. I came with you here to enjoy a beautiful flower field, not a trash-filled field. The girls watched as 10 armored guards rushed inside the garden, surrounding the people, hiding the trash, and giving them a beating. After that, they were forced to clean their own mess and arrested. Arad kept walking deeper into the forest with the girls trailing behind him. With each step, the forest got denser until it suddenly cleared out.
We're there.
Arad smiled, staring forward at the vast, colorful field ahead of him. Yellow, red, orange, and purple flowers spread across a vast field with a single massive white tree blooming in the middle. Look at that tree, Mira pointed out. I've never seen a tree with white leaves. Aella crossed her eyes, staring hard at the tree. Those are petals. It's blossoming. She walked forward and sat between the flower carpet. The forest here is calm, and it has been like this for decades. Aella looked around. To think humans actually protected such sanctuary. Mira stared at her. I heard the capital was built upon a holy spot of unimaginable beauty. This must be it. She looked at the tree. But I wonder what kind of wood would come from such a tree. Don't cut it? Eris stared at Mira. Mira giggled. I won't. I know leaving it is best. Arad walked with the girls toward the tree, sitting beneath its massive branches. Arad lay on the ground, closing his eyes as the girls basked in the sun. Suddenly, Arad felt something heavy on his chest. Something was off. The girls aren't heavy enough to feel like this. He opened his eyes, spotting a naked woman sitting on his chest before going blind. Arad growled, and the weight on his chest lifted. He sat up, and the girls stared at him confused. What is it? Arad blinked, and he could see again. He stared around, sweating. Was it a dream, or did my regeneration already kick in? He looked around for a sign of the woman, but found nothing. He stared at Aella. Did you see another woman around here? Aella blinked. No, it's just us. How did she look? Pale skin, white hair, she was naked and sat on my chest, Arad replied. My eyes burned the moment I looked at her. Eris and Mira stared at him with doubtful eyes. Aren't you just a bit horny? Eris smiled. I can always sit on your chest. The alchemist also has hair dyes. Mira smiled, approaching Arad. Aella, on the other hand, scratched her chin. You eyes burned. She looked around the tree. The description fits too well. You weren't dreaming. She stood and approached Arad. I suspect it was a nymph, a newborn one at that. Everyone stared at her. I thought nymphs seduce people like Cubis. Aella shook her head. Nymphs are the living incarnation of the raw beauty of a location. They are born when a piece of divinely beautiful land remains undisturbed for years. She approached Arad. A newborn nymph won't be able to control the power of her beauty, resulting in anyone that lays eyes upon her going blind, she explained. Arad's hand started shaking as he stared at them, feeling the nymph hug him from the back. Dragon, a voice whispered into his ear, and the girls gasped, unable to see what sat behind him. She's with you, Aella gasped, sweating. Don't look at her. We can't see her, so we know she was just born the moment we got here. Aella looked at her hand. A beautiful flower field, a sleeping dragon, and the wind spirit sealed in an elf. All those three gathered together to provide the necessary mystical aura of the place. This place, the nymph whispered. I waited for a long time for something powerful, magical, and fey in nature to come. You and the wind spirit provided me with what I need to start manifesting. Thank you. The presence behind Arad disappeared, and he growled. Where did she go? Aella looked around. It will take her a few days to fully manifest. We should come check on her later. Did she really need me and Zephyr? Arad sighed, staring at Aella. We aren't in the Elvish kingdom where the world tree roots spread across the land and give magic to the birth of fey spirits like nymphs and dryads. This is the human kingdom. It lacks in mana and purity, Aella replied with a smile. The mere existence of a dragon changes the nature around them. Red dragons turn mountains into volcanoes, while black dragons morph forests into putrid swamps. Your body radiates magic. The same is true for Zephyr, Mom explained. Arad stood staring around. A nymph, what did we get stuck in? He sighed. You're lucky none showed around you till now. 30 nymphs were born from your mother's draconic body as she slept. The arcane amethyst glow of her draconic body was like the night sky. What? Arad gasped. Dragons are the apex of anatomical function and beauty. An alive and massive art piece created and designed by the first over-god Ao. Your mother is an exceptional one with an unrivaled twilight beauty. It only makes sense for nymphs to get born from her massive and perfect body. Mom, are you just boasting? Arad sighed. A bit, but it's true that your mother is a one-of-a-kind beauty. Not that anyone saw her real face or body, probably not even your father, as she should have been disguised. Chapter 373, The Blade of the Capital. Outside the capital, in a secluded cave, deeper and deeper stone walls extended, lit by burning torches until they reached a massive open cavern. Under the faint glow of candles, a man opened his eyes, tied to a stone altar. He growled. Realizing his mouth was closed, he tried to stand, but he was chained. The man struggled, cursing beneath his muffled screams. Clack, clack. From the shadows, a blonde elf approached, a smile on his face. "Come on, you're the ones who attacked first." Vars giggled. "Thugs like you're okay to kill, since no one would come looking for you." The only thing Vars cared about was the safety of his mission and the secrecy. The man growled at the top of his lungs, glaring at Vars. Vars smiled. "Come on," he giggled. "Undead don't come out of thin air, and the worse the person's death, the stronger the creature would get." He lifted his staff up, in the name of the bloodied one under the red god of murder. Stab. He stabbed the man, and the screams filled the cave. Dark magic flowed from his staff into the struggling man, transforming him into a ghoul. Vars laughed. "Stand up, I need you to do something for me." He waved his staff as the ghoul stood. A year ago, an abyss gate opened beside the capital, but it was immediately closed, even though tens of powerful demons rushed out. I don't know who defeated them, or how they managed to close the gate. Vars shook his head. "But I managed to track their magic, and the signal is as weak as a child. It must be some old adventurer. He goes by the name of the Blade of the Capital." The ghoul stared at Vars lifelessly. "Take 10 greater zombies and get rid of him. I will give you the scent of his magic." Vars waved his staff, and the ghouls started growling. "I don't want him to intervene in the last act. Bring me his corpse so I can turn him into a death knight." As Vars turned, the ghoul rushed out with the zombies outside the city in the death of the night. A little kid walked out of his house beside their family farm, yawning. "Needs some water." He headed out to the well. He walked as he usually did, throwing the wooden bucket down the well and pulling a full one with the rope. With one scoop, he washed his face and he drank the second. Nothing beats cold water. As he relaxed, he heard his mother's scream filling the night sky. The kid gasped, rushing into the house as fast as he could. The kid kicked the door open and his mother cried, "Leon, run away!" He could see her getting dragged into the darkness by a rotted hand, his father wrestling a zombie in the corner. Leon growled, rushing toward the table and taking a knife. Fearlessly, he lunged into the shadows after his mother, swinging at the monster, dragging her. Crack! He hit the zombie in the forearm and kicked his elbow, breaking the arm. The zombie didn't flinch, but Leon kicked him back and grabbed his mother by the arm, pulling her as hard as he could. "Run!" he shouted. Growl! The zombie lunged forward, biting the mother in her leg. "Get away from her!" The father roared, tripping the ghoul with an ankle kick, and lunged over the dinner table. The zombie growled, swinging and thrusting his fingers at the father's stomach. Zombies had more strength than a normal human, and so his hand pierced the father's torso. As the father's blood dripped, he smiled, grabbing the zombie by the neck. "Got you." He ground his teeth, gathering all of his strength in one motion, and swung the zombie around, throwing him toward the ghoul in a forceful swing. Leon backed away, his back hitting the wall as his knees shook, failing to lift his weight. "What am I going to do?" he gasped. It's like that day his teeth started shaking as his eyes glared at his mother bleeding on the ground. "It's like the first time, Hunter, take up my power once more and your contract would set in stones." Leon stopped shaking and lifted his hands, putting them together with a crazed smile. "She's right. I don't have time to think. I need to push it out as soon as I gather enough mana. I shall worry about the contract later. Now it's time to hunt once again." The zombies paused, their heads turning toward Leon in the blink of an eye. The magic. It was him, not the father. The ghoul growled, lunging forward. Roar. Queen of the hunt, Maharaja. In an instant, all the candles in the house snuffed, and a dark shadow lunged forward, snatching the head of one of the zombies. The ghoul snapped back, lifting his hand ready to blast the house with a fireball. A warlock I should have known since you're still a kid. Warlocks and paladins are notorious for borrowing power from powerful beings. The only difference is that one of them must devote his life to the servitude of a god, and the other has to sign a contract that is never fair. The ghoul could see it prowling in the shadows on 4 legs, a white beast with claws and fangs with black fur munching on the zombie's rotten skull. Black jaguar, the power to shift into animals. I expected more. The ghoul laughed, conjuring the fireball above his palm. Thud. The black jaguar faded into the shadows, and the ghoul took a whiff of the air. I can smell you. Noel. Go. The zombies started growling one after the other, quickly falling silent with the sound of their skulls rupturing. The ghoul growled the human's blood muddled his sense of smell, and the jaguar's black fur helped him meld into the darkness. It would be hard to locate him in such a room filled with objects to hide behind. The ghoul smiled with his twisted teeth, opening his arms, lit with his words. A wave of magic spread across the house, lighting all the candles with an unholy flame. Show yourself. An animal won't stand to the forces of death, he growled. The mother, lying on the ground, could see him, hanging on the ceiling with its claws there. Her son lay, a wild monster with the stare of a human. The ghoul noticed her stare and looked up, but he was too late. He only saw the beast's teeth as they clenched on his skull, ripping it apart like an apple. Leon landed on the floor, his jaws dripping with blood as he stared around him at his terrified parents. Much blood spilled, yet the beast within still yearns for blood, Leon said in his jaguar form. To the forest I go, I must find prey. He lunged out of the window, leaving his parents baffled. Almost at the same moment, the door burst open and 5 heavily armored men rushed in. We sensed necrotic magic. What's happening? The paladin shouted, his eyes darting around the room, seeing Leon's parents. We got survivors. Heal them. Don't you dare let them turn into undead. The gods will never forgive you, he shouted, pulling his sword and rushing toward the ghoul's corpse. By the gods, a ghoul, a necromancer, must be nearby. Search the whole region, he yelled again, and jumped out of the window to chase the source of the necrotic magic. The other paladins started healing the parents before they could turn into zombies from their wounds, and the night of the blade ended. On the other side of the city, Arad and the girls returned to their room in the royal capital and laid all that they bought there. What a big room. Eris ran into the room, staring at the massive 3 beds lined for them. Aella stared at the room and then went outside searching for Jin the maid. Jin, I finally found you, Aella said with a smile, waving her hand. Jin bowed to her. Lady Aella, is there something I can help you with? About that, Aella scratched her chin. I told you 3 bedrooms, not beds. Is there a difference? Jin smiled, staring at Aella with a confused face. A vein bulged on Aella's forehead. Get us 3 separate bedrooms now. Kin walked into the scene, staring at the 2. I told you to prepare 3 different rooms. The ones on the east are best. Jin sighed, but that's too much work. Kin glared at her. Get there and get them ready in an hour, and I don't want to hear complaints. Jin looked down as you order, Sister Kin. She turned around and left with a sad face. Kin approached Ella and bowed. Sorry for Sister's behaviors. She can be a bit lazy. I'm more surprised you 2 are working as maids, Alla sighed. Kin looked at her with a smile. Sorry if this might sound bad, but you as an elf shouldn't bother reasoning our actions. It's the same as if someone asked why is Arad a mere adventurer, but with a different reason. Ella stared at Kin, trying to determine her intentions. I bet my wings are spies, or at least double agents for the metallic dragons. They work for the kings as maids, a political move, while also keeping an eye on the human royalty, reporting everything to the Steel Queen of the metallic dragons. Ella smiled. I wonder who you work for. Kin stared at her with a passive look. I assign some maids as support for you tonight, or even cast a spell to block anyone from looking or hearing what happens in your rooms. You need something like that tonight. Ella nodded. Just the spell, please. Consider your rooms secure as long as you stay here. Kin smiled, walking with Ayla toward their room, Chapter 374 Royal Bath Eye as they reached the room's door. Kin opened it with a smile. Jin was inside, shifting the bed into the middle of the room. I'm still cleaning. Get back later, Jin said, staring at them and lifting her hand. A silver haze covered her palm and the door slammed shut. Kin sighed, turning toward Ayla. Let's leave her to her work. She looked to the end of the hallway. How about you take Sir Erod to the royal bath? Ayla's face lighted up and she stared at Kin, smiling. Really? Is it available? It should be. Kin scratched her chin. One of the queens asked to use it, but that idiot can be guided away like a cat. Ayla blinked twice. Did you just insult the queen? It's not an insult when you tell the truth, Kin smiled. Take Erod and the others to the bath. It's on the lower floor. You can't miss it. Ayla rushed to their old room to tell Erod, and the other and Kin headed in the opposite direction. After walking for a bit, she went up the stairs, and the hallway changed from wooden walls to marble and gold art pieces. Two maids stood guard and bowed as soon as they saw Kin. Welcome back, headmaid. Kin walked behind them and said with a smile, Follow me. They headed deeper until they reached a large golden door. With a single touch from her hand, it opened up into a vast room. Kin walked inside and fell on the bed. Taking a deep breath, she turned to look at the other maids. Cancel my bath. I will rest here for a while. One of the maids stared at her. Why cancel the bath? Is there a problem we can help with? Kin shook her head. No, I just promised the guests that they could use the bath. She swung her hand, and long golden claws extended. I know. How about you do my nails now? I can have a bath afterward later. The maid bowed. A brilliant idea. She went to bring her tools. Click. The door suddenly opened, and an old man walked in without permission. The maids bowed. Your Majesty? The king looked at Kin. What do you think about the guests? Kin stared back at him. Baltos? Why ask a humble maid? Baltos smiled. A humble maid isn't a good description for one of the two people who have been with me since I was born. First Queen Kin. King giggled. Jin has a more objective opinion. I quite like them. Baltos smiled. If someone is hard-headed as you like them, I guess that Arad is quite a good person. Kin shook her head. I'm a hardhead, she laughed. I'm a gold, remember? Void dragons are rare, and that man still has a heart of gold. Better not let it turn into one of pure darkness. She stood, approaching the king. In the void, there is only loss, darkness, and nothingness, no happiness, not love, and no life. What do you suggest? Baltos asked. Give him Izdis. It will be up to her to keep him in check. Kin smiled. He's better with us, not against us. You think he's going to be against us one day? The king asked. I shall not interfere this time. Kin sat back on the bed. You need to give him a good reason to protect the capital and castle back in Arad's room. Ayla opened the door and looked inside, seeing Arad standing on the balcony with his eyes closed, Mira on the bed knitting something, and Iris cleaning her coffin. Kin said we can use the royal bath, Ayla said with a smile. We've been traveling for a while and didn't get time for a decent bath. Shall we go? Arad smiled. A bath, nice. He turned, walking toward the closet to pull his clothes. Alla approached the closet with Arad and looked inside. You head before us, I will bring the clothes, she smiled, pulling him back. I haven't seen your clothes yet, Arad said as he stepped back. You will see them later on, Alla smiled, and Arad nodded. Well then, see you in the bath. Do you know where it is? Arad nodded. I do. Arad walked out of the room, walking down the hallway. Zahn. He disappeared, teleporting directly to the bath's door. There are 5 people inside, he sighed, grabbing the door handle, but they are standing still. He walked inside and saw 2 maids standing in the changing room. They bowed the moment they saw him. The bath's door was locked with magic and only opened for the maids or the royal family. Since Arad opened it, that only means the headmaid Kin has allowed him to pass. "What are you doing here?" Arad asked. One of the maids bowed once again. "Bath handmaids. We help you change clothes, wash your back, or give you a massage. Not all people can bathe on their own. It's our job to help," the other one said with a smile. Arad stood there staring at them. What would they think if I stripped here? He thought of the girls. My wives are coming. I better wait for them. He sat on one of the wooden benches. The two maids approached him. "Sir, if you're uncomfortable being the only one stripping, we could do it as well." Arad shook his head. "That isn't it," he sighed. After a few minutes, the girls walked in, seeing Arad sitting on the bench with his eyes closed and the maids standing at the door. The two maids bowed to the girls. "Ladies, we've been waiting." Mira stared at the maids and then at Arad. "What are you waiting for?" "Those two said they could help me strip, and there are 3 other maids inside the bath." "What do you say?" Arad asked, looking at them. Aella scratched her head. "And is it okay for me to strip while they are here?" Arad asked. Doma said I should ask first. "Ah, about that," Aella giggled. "Usually you should, but not you, and not them." She looked at the maids. "Don't mind them. They are here only to serve." Eris shook her head, staring at Aella. "I won't be so sure," she giggled. "Did you see how large Arad's hands are? That maid's whole face could fit in it. New. Aella looked at the maids. Arad is definitely far larger than them. She smiled. "The stronger and bigger you are, the more attractive you get." I doubt those maids can act normally around him. Mira giggled. Aella looked at Arad. "You're almost 7 feet tall, and they are only 5.5 feet tall. You underestimate us?" One of the maids smiled. "We are indifferent. That's why we were assigned here." The other one nodded. "The queens would have killed us if we were laying our hands on the king or the one of the crown princes." Arad sighed in relief. "As long as they don't get angry." In the blink of an eye, his clothes disappeared into his stomach as he stood naked in front of the maids. The two maids froze in place, falling on their butts as they glared up at Arad's face. Aella glared at the maid with a smirk. "He's ours. Don't dare lay a hand on him." She hugged Arad's side. Chapter 375, Royal Bath, Chapter 375, Royal Bath do. "She's right," Mira growled from the side, grabbing Arad's other side. "Hands off! We won't!" one of the maids cried, barely standing. Eris stared at the maids with a smile. "Don't listen to them. You can always lay your hands on him," she giggled. "Would give me an excuse to eat. She only saw them as food." Arad walked forward, opening the bath's door. "I'm going in first. You follow me when you finish taking your clothes out." The two maids stood, staring at Arad's back as he walked into the bath. The two maids cried as Aella and Mira pulled them by the hair. "You're helping us? Stop gawking at him." Aella growled. Arad walked inside the bath, seeing a marble shower room with a large cubic water jug in the ceiling. A hit of magic radiated from it. "There is something hot inside that jug. It heats the water inside." Arad thought, his eyes glowing as inspected the magic device. "I should get one for home. It's quite expensive." "Firestones aren't easily found, nor cheap." A voice came from behind Arad. When he turned, he saw 3 maids standing behind, only covering their bodies with towels. "You're the 3 maids serving inside the bath?" Arad turned toward. "You know about it? It's cost 5 gold coins for a firestone that lasts about a month before draining. You can buy them at the magic shop or order them from the counselor of the castle." One of the maids replied with a bow and approached Arad. "That's a talk for later. Now we help you bathe." Arad nodded. "Fine." He turned around, standing beneath the water jug. The maid lifted her hand. "Open." The jug showered Arad with hot water. "Stay there for a few moments, please," the maid said as the other 2 rushed to bring the soap and sponges. Arad remained standing as the steaming hot water dripped across his shoulders. The remaining maid stared at his back. "How come you have abs on your back?" she asked with a confused face. Arad turned his face toward her. I do. They look like abs, 6 of them bulging out, but I'm sure they are something else. The maid looked closer at his back. Muscles. They are linked down to your hips. I studied musculature and bones for massage, but I never saw such a physique. Arad thought about it for a second, and his maid quickly realized the nature of those bulges. They are muscles, the ones responsible for moving his massive tail. I do have those. It's probably related. In the blink of an eye, Arad sprouted his tail and wings. Thud. The maid jumped back, slipping and falling to the ground, her towel dropping as her eyes stared at Arad's tail. A scaly black tail, thicker than her hips and almost 3 meters long. The strange muscles on Arad's back wrapped around the tail's base, giving it movement. Eaten over as the tail's tip brushed on the ground. It scratched a large cut into the marble floor as if struck by a heavy sword. The other 2 maids stared in Arad's direction as they heard their friend fall, and gasp, their faces twisted as they saw the 2 massive black wings expanding across the bath, each one almost 5 meters long and harder than steel. Arad turned toward the maid, 4 horns emerging from his head as he glared at her with purple glowing eyes. I'm a half-dragon. My physique comes from my ancestors' thick blood and might. The maid smiled, standing up. You kind are so rare and hard to convince that we didn't have any samples to study. Sorry if my massage skills would be insufficient later. Don't worry about it, Arad shook his head. It shouldn't be that hard for someone with knowledge. Did you get massaged before? The maid asked, approaching him. Isdis gave me a massage, and she didn't have any trouble, Arad replied, scratching his chin as his wings and tail got sucked back into his body. The maid gasped, Isdis, Princess Isdis? She stared at Arad, baffled. Excuse my language, but are you sure it was that brick? You just called the princess a brick. Arad stared at her. She's hard-headed, arrogant, and most notably unwilling to do anything extra for other people. Except for making ice for the knights in kitchen, but she said that's a training, and she likes cold beer, so that is that. The maid looked down, noticing Arad's hanging meat. You didn't sleep with her, did you? She asked. Arad shook his face. No, I only sleep with my wives, if I understood you right. But if you mean sleeping, we did sleep in the same room for at least a week travel. The maid looked at Arad's face. This is some great news. I will talk with her immediately. This isn't something to be ignored. The maid buffed her bare chest and lifted her towel from the ground with a smile on her face. Is something off? Arad asked. The maid approached Arad until her chest touched his side. She whispered, Classified information, but we were informed last month to train Isdis for an arranged marriage when she comes back from her trip. The king had plans to marry her to the prince of the Western Dwarf Kingdom. The maid smiled, her hands slipping into Arad's stomach. With you around, we might be able to reverse that, she giggled. I'm sure the king is rethinking that if he didn't scrap the plan already. You're too close, Arad stared at the maid, unfazed. While we deal with that, she stared at his face. How about me? Care to spend a night? I can teach you a few things. Her hand slipped where it shouldn't. No, Arad replied with a stern face. You're too old, and I can't keep you around, so it doesn't make sense. The maid froze in her place, rejected without a single reaction. Even though she was rubbing her body all over his side, her hand had been hard at work. The snake didn't even flinch or stand. Come on, one night is enough. The smiled, trying to recover. Thud. Arad grabbed the maid by the head, lifting her up. If you aren't ready to carry a child and settle down, then no. And my answer doesn't matter. You have to get through my wives first. Swash. With a single swift motion, Arad threw her into the bath. Splash! As the maid fell in the water, she lunged out. Hot! She cried, rushing out and shaking the water out of her body. You threw me. I would have killed you if he didn't. The maid heard a voice beside her ear, and when she turned, she saw a tiny, naked pixie flying beside her face. Get away from him, tick. Zephyr flicked the maid's forehead and sent her to the water once again. The other maids came back with the soap and sponges, seeing their friend walking slowly out of the hot bath. Why did you get that close to him? One of them sighed. The maid cried, Look at him. The 2 maids stared at Arad and then turned to their friend. We are desperate, but not as much as to go after a married man. One replied, and the other threw a sponge to the maid. G-back ready to work. His wives are coming. Aella, Mira, and Isdis walked out of the changing room, covering their bodies with towels. They paused, seeing a naked maid standing in the middle of the bath, her skin flushed red, Arad standing in the back under running hot water, his fists resting on his hips as he glared at them. Naked? What is going on? Mira asked. Swash! Zephyr flew in front of the girls. She pointed back at the maid in the water. She got horny and tried to make a move on Arad, so he threw her into the hot water. Chapter 376, Royal Bath the Erd. Aella stared at Arad. Is that right? Yes, Arad replied with a passive face. She's too old for me, Eris giggled. Shouldn't have expected less. She approached Arad and stared at the maids. We said it for the two in the changing room, but hands off. He's ours. Mira and Aella nodded, approaching Arad as the three maids stood facing them. Two of them bowed. Sorry for her inappropriate behaviors. Shall we get back to helping you wash? Of course, Arad replied, turning to face the wall, and so did the girls, standing beneath the flowing hot water. One of the maids approached Arad with the sponge in her hand, rubbing it with soap, and then started scraping his back. She scrapped and scrapped, but nothing happened. It's too tough, she growled, using her nails to scratch his back. After a few seconds, she noticed her nails getting damaged and not his back. Spung, and your nails are too soft to get through my skin? You better find something harsher. Aella looked at the maid. I'm used to using a metal wire scrubber on him, the one used to clean pots and urns. The maid gasped. That would rip the skin off a human. She stared at Arad's back, remembering the large wings and tails. He's a half-dragon. The maid turned. I will be back in a second. Arad stood there, waiting. His draconic scales are too hard to clean with a sponge or anything less than metals. They are used to protect him after all. The maid soon came back with a metal wire scrubber and a cheese grater for some reason. Arad stared at the cheese grater. What is that? With how hard your skin is, I doubt this metal wire would be helpful. She started scrubbing his back and was right. The metal wire barely had an effect. She would take a whole hour to finish cleaning his back. The maid sighed. Cheese grater it is, and that seemed to work, but the teeth dulled so badly she had to throw the cheese grater at the end. Done. She tapped Arad's shoulders, and by that time the girls were already in the water. I bet not even swords can scratch your skin, can they? Arad turned toward the maid. They break upon contact, he smiled. Cleaning his scales wouldn't have been easy. Looking at her red fingers, told him everything he needed. Arad walked toward the hot water and slowly sat inside. Nothing beats warm water, he sighed. Not realizing that the water was too hot, the girls barely managed to get in. Aella crawled, sitting at Arad's right side. You say it's warm? Mira did the same and sat at his left side. It's hot enough to boil eggs, she joked. Iris stared at them. Leave some place for me, or you will regret it, she growled, approaching Arad and trying to find a spot beside him to sit. Aella stared at her. Regret it. Try if you can. Iris smiled. You two are novices. She crawled over Arad's legs, sitting on his lap. This is the best spot. No argument. She gigged, relaxing her back at his chest. Iris started shaking her, but at Arad's hips as the two girls cried by his side, and Zephyr relaxed on his hair. Come on, Arad. Iris turned to approach his face, but Arad opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling. Iris stopped. What is it? She asked. People aren't supposed to sneak around the castle roof, are they? He asked, lifting his hands. The maid stared at them. Probably an assassin. We should inform the guards. No need for that. Arad clapped his hands together, a purple flame burning in his eyes. Get him down, now! Up on the roof, a masked man crawled silently, trying to approach the princess room. He stopped, seeing a hawk glaring at him with glowing purple eyes. Hush! Hush! The man tried to scare him away, but 10 other hawks landed, all glaring at him. He knew it was the end. Jwak! The hawk swarmed the man, clawing his face and flying with him all the way down to the guard's training ground. Arad sighed, separating his arms. Got rid of him. Did he use a teleport spell to get up there? How did you notice him from here? One of the maids asked. The hawks living on the roof informed me, Arad replied with a smile, patting Eris's head. You don't have to worry about anyone sneaking into the castle while I'm here. This is my domain. He paused. Sorry, it's their domain, not mine. He smiled, remembering Kin and Jin as one of the hawks saw Kin standing inside Isdis's room, waiting for the assassin. Are you a druid? One of the maids asked, but Erod shook his head. No, but I have some skills. Erod Aela poked his side, and he smiled. What? Who's first tonight? She asked with a worried face. Neteravio, or... Erod scratched his chin. Regular order. You first, then Mira, he smiled. Hey, can I get a turn? Eris growled at them. If not, I will do it here. Aela and Mira stared at each other. Fine. Mira sighed, and Aela stared at Eris. You can get it, but after us. Eris smiled. Yay. She then looked at Aela, but won't it be better for me to go first and teach him some stuff? As Eris said that, a gust of wind splashed water all over her face. Did you lots forget about me? Zephyr flew down and waved her hand, sending Eris flying to the other side of the hot bath. She floated in front of Arad. Size magic in the blink of an eye, Zephyr's body expanded to the side of a human, and she landed on Arad's hips. She smiled, her wings wiggling. I will be teaching him with Aela. The girls glared at her. No, you won't. As the girls fought over him, Arad remained still with his eyes closed. They do want a piece of you, Doma giggled inside his head. I feel like I shouldn't interfere. They have to pick for themselves. You're right. You can't favor one over the other except with what cannot be changed, like Aela going first since she's the first one that met you. You're right. Say, want an advice from me? Speak. Spirit them unless necessary. Zephyr and Aela are one person, so they go together, but the other must be separated. Doma giggled. And don't always focus on whether a woman can bear an egg or not. I will keep that in mind. What about you, Mom? The more the better. Chapter 377, Royal Bath IV. Arad stood pushing Eris back to the water. Aela first, Mira is second, and you last. He stared at them. Probably not all tonight, so make it a shift each day if you must. It's Aela and me today. Zephyr flew down, circulating around Arad's head like an annoying mosquito. Thud, Arad caught her in with his hand. Aela, can you tie her down? Aela shook her head. Sadly not. I'm not strong enough to completely overpower her. Why would you want to chain me down? Zephyr cried. Me, such a lovely little fairy. A little fairy, yes, but I doubt the lovely part. Arad stared at her. You tried to kill us the first time we met. That is one thing, and this is another. I have to make sure Aela has a daughter so I can transfer my contract to her when she dies. It's not an easy life being a contracted spirit. Zephyr cried, struggling to escape Arad's fist. Then you don't have to worry about it, Arad said, letting go of Zephyr. Zephyr floated down, landing on Aela's chest. I can finally move my legs. I almost died. Zephyr stared at Arad. I doubt you can with how non-existent is your experience. I fear for the family's future. She glared at Arad's eyes, and he glared back at her. The bath started shaking, and the wind around it howled as Zephyr slowly floated toward Arad's face. I will show you how to do it right, she growled. Arad stared at Zephyr, taking the jest away. She still is the wind spirit, a true monster who shouldn't be underestimated, and she's serious for once to her. Arad having a daughter and an elf on top of that isn't a possibility, but a must. Zephyr, stop. Aela glared at Zephyr, trying to catch her. Aela, don't worry, Zephyr said with a smile. We won't fight. It doesn't make sense. She floated down and sat on her head. I just want him to know it's a must, and I won't back down on it. Zephyr glared at Arad. And if you won't guarantee it, I can always kill you and have Aella find another partner. Arad sighed. Fine, but it's still up to chance. He looked at Zephyr. You can't make it a sure thing. Zephyr smiled. Of course you need to have a lot of children. Me and you have the same goal. Why not work together? Arad smiled. Got yourself a deal. Know any way to make that easier? Zephyr scratched her head thinking, deep dragon turtles are a delicacy between the dark elves, and their flesh is known to help conceive twins. Zephyr looked at Arad with a grin. You can hunt one, can't you? Aella, Mira, Eris, and the maids all stared at her. Wait, what? Deep dragon turtles are massive creatures. You can't even ask someone to buy their meat for how expensive it is, let alone hunt one. One of the maids cried. It's a delicacy that even royals barely get unless they are hunting for heirs. Arad nodded. Should be simple, he smiled. Where can I find them? It's a bit far away. We should leave it for later. Zephyr smiled. We should focus on solving the main problem with elves first. What is it? Arad looked at Zephyr. Elves' reproductive problem doesn't stem from the men, but from the women. They only have their period once per year, which means they only have one egg a year inside them. Add to that how fragile the egg is and how hard it relies on the mother's hormones to survive. Some elf women went without a prior or an egg for decades just due to stress or lack of interest. Zephyr smiled, staring at Aella. I doubt she has even considered that till this point. I did, Aella cried, trying to catch Zephyr. But know when an elf women get horny, their raw strength increases and their intelligence reduces. That only happens for a day or two of the year, but you have to hunt for that time to get it consistently. She stared at Aella. Have experienced that lately. Arad blinked. There was this time she drank a potion called Tears of Someone. Tears of Gracie, if I'm not mistaken. Zephyr sighed. Then it's over. If you did it that night, it should have been set in stone now. Time would tell. She flew and sat on Arad's shoulder. Let's get out of the bath. I have much to teach you. Arad stood, walking toward the changing room, and the girls followed him. The three maids inside got to clean the bath as the ones in the changing room pulled out the clothes that Aella brought with her. Arad looked at the clothes, some of them he didn't recognize. A velvet robe adorned by golden stitches in the shape of roses. A white dress, simple yet elegant, made of clothes so soft that Arad feared he might damage. And lastly, a gold and emerald robe with leaf patterns on it. And surprisingly, quite tight. Arad stared at them and then at the girls. Is this what you bought? No, everything, Aella replied with a smile. We still have a bit more, she giggled, and Arad stared again at the clothes. They look nice. Nothing like them exists in Alina. Mira tilted her head. Of course, this is the capital. She lifted the white dress. This is mine, simple, yet clean. Don't you like it? I do, Arad replied. And I suspect the red is for Eris and the green is for Aella. How did you know? Aella stared at him. Greens suits you more than red. Arad smiled, turning toward Eris. I want to say that dark brown like the ones Mira had might have looked better on you, or something dark purple, but this red has its charm. Eris giggled. Well, I wanted something in the color of blood. It would be bad if it got stained. The maids stared at her confused, and Arad sighed, it won't. Night fell, and it was dinner time. Inside the large dinner hall, Arad sat with Aella, Eris, and Mira around the long dinner table, looking around at the maids lined at the wall. Are we eating alone? Aella asked. One of the maids walked forward. Lady Isdis wanted to dine with you, but she went with her father and mother to visit the late king's estate. Her grandfather and mother have been worried sick about her. The maid looked to her side, staring at the royal family drawing on the wall. The other princes are also occupied by their work. Tonight you're the only one in the castle besides the youngest princess, and she doesn't love getting out of her room much. Arad nodded. She loves reading stories to her pet mouse. The maids stared at him. How do you know that? No one should. Arad scratched his head. I heard it from Isdis. He looked away. In reality, he connected to the mouse's thoughts when he scanned the whole castle for the assassin earlier. The real reason the youngest princess isn't going out is that she's scared of the dragon slayer in the castle, aka him. Is that so? The maid stared at them. "Dinner is ready," she said, as the food started coming out of the kitchen. Right after dinner, Arad retreated to Ayala's room. The first calm night he had in a while. Chapter 378, Ayala's Night Eye returned to baby R18 click. Arad opened the door's room, slowly pushing it. He could see Ayala sitting on the bedside, looking at the burning candles beside the bedside table. He walked inside, looking at the chairs and the walls. A clean room. He then stared behind Ayala's head, seeing Zephyr using a scarf as a hammock at the window. He silently walked around the bed and looked out of the window, feeling the cold breeze of the night. Worry not. No one can look inside the room from the outside or hear anything. Zephyr put one leg on the other, rolling in her hammock. That maid's magic is too powerful. Arad extended his head out of the window frame and looked back inside the room. They were invisible, and the room even looked dark as if the candles were out. Arad nodded and walked back inside. He looked at Ayala. "You've been silent for a while? You didn't say a thing since walking into the room." Ayala replied with a smile. Arad closed his eyes, expanding his senses to the small animals and bugs living around the castle. "I'm keeping watch. I know you don't feel comfortable here." "You're wasting time," Zephyr shouted, staring at them and waving her hand. "She will forget all of the uncomfortableness when you start. It doesn't matter as long as it's a fact you're safe and have privacy here," she pointed at them. "Start and let Aunt Zephyr direct you." "Aunt Zephyr?" Ayala stared at her, doubtful. Usually someone has to explain it in detail for him or you, but both of you lack parents, unfortunately. "Since I lived with your mother, I'm like an aunt." Zephyr smiled, floating out of her hammock. "Do well, and I won't have to jump in with in-hand directions." She wiggled her hand. Ella sighed, reaching for her shirt button. "Fine. It won't matter if you talk in my head or outside. Stop. There is wrong." Zephyr growled. "Leave that work to Arad. Who told you to move?" She floated at Ayala's face. "Sit here and don't move." She pushed her to the bed's edge. "Arad, you take her clothes out." She smiled, and she floated and whispered in his ear. Arad nodded. "Are you sure?" Zephyr smiled, lifting a thumbs up. "Do it. Wait. What did you tell him?" "I didn't hear it," Ayala gasped. "I used to whine, so you won't hear me for a reason. Just sit and take it like a good girl." Zephyr stared at her and then floated back to her hammock. "Arad, it's in your hand. For now, finish the first step and I will give the second." Arad stared at Ayala, his eyes glowing purple, and she flinched, backing till her legs locked on the side of the bed. He reached with his hand, grabbing her face between his palms. Her eyes raced from left to right, trying to move her head but to no avail. She doesn't have the strength to rest him. Ayala held her breath as his lips touched her. Her hands grasped onto his arms, slipping on his soft, hard skin. Her body shook, and her legs kicked around as she felt his tongue digging deeper into her mouth. She growled, and soon Arad stopped pulling a few inches away from her face. She gasped for air, confused at what just happened. Zephyr giggled in the back. His learning skills don't just extend to killing things. As Ayala stared at Arad's eyes, his hands slipped down her cheeks and landed at the collar of her shirt. With a dexterous move, his fingers slipped between the gaps, pulling the buttons off. Ayala stared down, seeing her grasp of her dress lessen around her chest. Her arms instinctively rushed to hide her chest, but Arad's arms stopped her as if they were ready. Taking her move into account, Arad pulled the dress down her and down to her stomach, exposing her upper body. Ayala gasped, but her bosom still had the bra holding it in place. She knew Arad didn't know how to unlock it, as the lock on the back was a bit intricate. "Don't break it," Ayala gasped as she saw Arad's hands reaching to her bra. Arad smiled, touching the bra with his finger. Zon, the bra disappeared, causing Ayla's breasts to bounce up and down under their weight. She gasped, lunging back and falling on her back on the bed. Arad stared at her with a smug smile. It didn't matter if he didn't know, he could just teleport the bra into his stomach. You ate it? Ella gasped. Why not? Arad stared at her, pulling her back to sit by the shoulders. Ella looked away, taking a deep breath and relaxing her arms. Arad's hand slipped across her shoulders, wrapping around her chest and squeezing gently. Don't use too much force. I can see you're squeezing a bit hard. Zephyr shouted from the back, waving her hand and rubbing her own chest. Like this. Don't push your fingers too deep. It will hurt and decrease the effectiveness. Even though Zephyr was barely a foot tall hanging, sitting on her hammock at the other side of the room, Arad's eyes caught the movement of her hands and perfectly copied it in the blink of an eye. Arad's hands wrapped around Aella's breasts, carefully avoiding the nipples for a start as they would be for last. Even though Aella looked still, Arad could catch slight spasms in her stomach and legs when he moved certain ways. As per Zephyr's instruction, he made sure to note everything that made her react in his head and keep that knowledge for later. Aella gasped for air, bending forward as Arad got closer to her nipples with his fingers. He took that chance, opening his mouth and biting on them as gently as he could. Ding! At that moment, Arad froze in place, wires shifting inside his head. Behind the multi-layered void brain of his, a spark flashed, pulling instinctive memories that were suppressed by the draconic nature of his body. Mom felt the insides of Arad's head shift, pushing the draconic instincts away as something else rushed for. The human blood from his father flowed down his veins and across his brain. Bade Novel, what's happening? Mom gasped. Doma smiled. He might be a mighty young void dragon, but don't forget he has human blood, and that's still a baby. She giggled, putting one leg on the other. It was but a drop, but naturally that's the best thing he would taste. Arad's eyes flashed open, bloodshot as he paused, taking another suck at Aella's nipples. What is this? He gasped. Zephyr laughed in the back, curling on her hammock. I expected a reaction, but he literally returned to the baby. Human blood is so strong after all. What Arad tasted was a single drop of milk. Chapter 379, Aella's Night I. Compromises R18. Chapter 379, Aella's Night 2. Compromises R18. Chapter 379, Aella's Night 2. Compromises R18. Arad backed away, staring at Aella's chest, baffled for a second. As his heart beat, the blood rushed to his head and cleared his mind. The child inside went back to sleep. It didn't take long, Doma giggled, surprised at how fast Arad's draconic blood got him back to his senses. Arad might have lied, saying he's a red draconic bloodline sorcerer, but he seems to have human blood running in him instead. Are you okay? Aella asked, staring at his face with a worried stare. Arad smiled, shaking his head. I'm fine, just zoned out for a second. He stared at her chest. They have milk in them. I mean, they should. She looked at Arad, her head tilted with a puzzled stare. Right? You ask me, I don't know. Arad looked at Zephyr. You didn't tell me. Discovery is the key. Zephyr stared at them with an amused smile. Keep going. There's much ahead of you. Arad stared at Zephyr with a suspicious face. Fine. He looked back at Ella. Let's keep going. You sure? Ella stared at him, touching his forehead. You seemed surprised, more than I ever saw you before. Arad shook his head, grabbing her breasts in his hands. Worry not, I'm fine. He closed his eyes. I should stay away from those for now, too much to handle. He stared at her nipples. Ella gasped, her body writhing as Arad kissed her stomach, stopping at her belly button and forcing her to jerk back. Don't run away, Arad stared at her with a smile, and she cried, looking away, It tickles. Arad looked up at her face through her chest. Is it? As he was about to stop, a gust of wind rushed across the room. Don't stop, follow the instructions. Zephyr was lying on her hammock, facing the other with her eyes closed as if asleep. When she says no, she means yes. And no, that doesn't make sense, Arad sighed, and Zephyr giggled. You lack experience. Just do what I say for now. It will make sense later. I'm fine. Keep going. Don't mind me. Ayla gasped, her eyes closed and her arms gently tucked behind her back. Arid blinked, licking her all the way down her stomach, and then grasped the remaining edges of her dress, slowly pulling down as he licked down her thigh. Ayla gasped for air, squeezing her legs together, but Arid ignored her faint moans as he reached her knees, pulling the dress down her feet. He then stopped, pondering for a second. The choice is up to you, Zephyr waved her hand. This is as far as I take you. She closed her eyes, and Arid couldn't be mistaken. She really fell asleep. See you later. I'm locking your mom as well. Doma flicked her finger, locking herself away with Mom deep into Arad's head. They couldn't connect with him even if they wanted, unless someone got badly hurt. Arad stared up between Ayla's legs at her red face. It was just the two of them. Ever since he was born, this is the first time Mom left him without a valid reason like stopping a curse. No, Doma must be using the same principle to keep her away as well. We're alone, Arad sighed, thinking for himself for a second. Zephyr gave him an idea that he didn't want to follow, but left the decision in his hand. Ella isn't honest. You haven't broken her out of her shell yet. Appeal to the elf inside her, Arad thought, staring at Ayla's glowing green eyes. Arad, what is it? Ayla gasped. That's a weird look on your face. Noticed that he was for the first time stuck debating a difficult decision. Arad then smiled, a giggle escaping his mouth. I have to give it to Zephyr. He nodded. She's really something. I need to show her more respect. What? Ayla stared at him. What are you going on about? What did she tell you? Arad looked at Ayla, the essence of love, the foundation of relationships and the main building block of companionship. I shouldn't seek to be a good father before being a good husband, he smiled. Compromises, that's the heart of every relationship. As Ayla looked at Arad, confused, he bent down, kissing the tip of her foot. Bam! Ayla lunged back to the corner of the room, her heart pounding like drums as she stared at Arad, her eyes shaking and unable to look away from him. Arad stood up. Come here. Why are you running? She's an elf, I should have noticed earlier. From the first day at the inn, it was obvious. All this time, she's been keeping it away, compromising her feelings for me. She could have asked from the start, but didn't. Arad growled. And what did I do? Just stood there and took it. Is Mira the same? Have I been ignoring their feelings all this time? What have I missed? Arad, Ayla mumbled, staring at his face. Arad stopped, staring at himself in the mirror. His face was twisted, veins bulging on his forehead and his eyes bloodshot. Idiot. You're doing it again? Getting angry will only make her worry more. Avoid it, suppress it. You don't need to get angry as long as you fix it. Arad took a deep breath and smiled. Sorry, I was angry at myself. At yourself? Ayla approached him. For what? Arad hugged her. For not looking at you, for not thinking about you how you think about me. He lifted her in his arms. Sorry for ignoring you all this time. You weren't ignoring me. What did Zephyr tell you? What she said doesn't matter. Arad kissed Ayla on the forehead. Let's forget about the eggs for a while and focus on ourselves. He sat on the bed, Ayla on his lap. What do you want to do? Ayla looked around. Can we keep going? In a place less, you know? Arad smiled. You don't trust kin's barrier, neither do I. Arad expanded his wings, and both he and Ayla got covered by their clothes. The crows told me of a beautiful place, a lake at a mountain peak lit by the silver moonlight. As Arad smiled, Zon, both he and Ayla disappeared. Ayla opened her eyes, seeing the capital far below on the horizon. She was standing beside a clean white bed, sitting beside a clean lake reflecting the moonlight. Ayla turned around, seeing Arad behind the bed, his draconic wings reflecting a dark shadow over her as they got sucked back into him. Ayla smiled, pulling her robe over her shoulder and dropping it to the ground. She took a light step toward the bed and sat at the edge, then laid on her back. Come, let's do it until we can't see the stars. Chapter 380, Ayla's Night I, Rough Art 18, Chapter 380, Ayla's Night 3, Rough Art 18, drip. A water droplet fell into the silver lake, sending waves across the calm surface. The faint rumbling of hooves and claws shook the ground as the monsters ran away from the mountain peak. Adventurers at the mountain base stopped, unable to move as they stared up. This magic, their wizard gasped, the aura of a true dragon. It's reshaping the mountain as its domain. Should we form a hunting party? The fighter asked, pulling his sword. A dragon this close to the capital is dangerous. Don't be a fool. The moment you step into the dragon's aura, he will come with rage, the wizard growled with a sweaty face. The dragon is aggressive at the moment. We better let it calm down. The fighter giggled. I can sneak around, he smiled, crawling into the forest. I will just have a look, see what kind of dragon we're dealing with, and bolt it out. Idiot, you will die, the wizard shouted at the fighter, and the rest of the adventurers stared in shock. Thud, the fighter stepped into the forest, his vision twisted as his nose flattened. His metal plate crumbled like candy as his whole body got blasted back with the force of a cannon, digging the ground as he rolled. The wizard looked back. Fool! He then turned toward the forest, swinging his staff. Oh, mighty dragon! I seek to protect thy land, a barrier to keep fools out. Clang, he smacked the tip of his staff on the ground, and hundreds of stone spikes started emerging around the mountain. We humans shall not disturb your rest. The adventurers started tending to the fighter as the wizard stared at them. You saw what happened to him? Don't be arrogant. No human can face a dragon head-on, barging into his home, or camp only means death. One of the rogues stared at the wizard. I heard a dragon slayer stopped by the castle. Shouldn't we inform him? Was it the great mediator, Alcott? The wizard smiled. If so, then the gods have smiled upon us. Don't know. They said it's a tall, muscular man with black hair. The rogue replied, and the wizard giggled. That must be him. The tides of fate are on our side. On top of the mountain, Arad lay on the bed with Ayala sitting on his stomach. He gently turned his head and stared at the horizon. Heed the words, he mumbled. Ayala looked at him. What is it? Adventurers tried to come and check this place. I stopped them, and their wizard warned them not to anger me. He can sense my draconic presence. Ella smiled, laying on Arad's chest. Is that so? She rubbed her hips on his hips. Can we go for another round? They won't disturb us, right? They won't, and I will eat them if they did. Arad lifted his hands, grabbed Ayla's left breast in his palm, and pulled her toward him, his other hand squeezing her butt. Arad slowly lined himself up, pushing deeper into her with care. He doesn't need to go deeper than she wants, only as much as she can handle. He stopped halfway of his potential, hugging her on the bed. You okay? Yes, you can go deeper if you want, Ayala gasped, wrapping her legs around him and pulling him deeper. Arad giggled. What, want another go? Ayala giggled with a red face. I will let you go at it as well, she licked his chest. Can you give me one more time, please? Arad smiled, pulling out of her. Of course, no need for please. Arad sat her on the bed and pulled her legs up. If wanted, just tell me. He opened his mouth, giving her toes a lick. Ayla's face burned red. She wanted to pull her feet away, but stopped herself. She's an elf, and for all this time with Arad, she kept those thoughts sealed away, since a dragon would never agree to them. But she was wrong. Arad isn't a mere dragon. He is her husband, and what between them is between them. Sorry. Ayala looked away, and Arad smiled at her. Don't worry about it. When we're in bed, forget about anything else and enjoy yourself. He patted her head and then lifted her in his arms. My turn? Ayala gasped, feeling him push at her entrance. This won't be as gentle as the last time. Arad kissed her. I can give it up. He stared into her eyes. We can stop if you don't want to do it. Ayala closed her eyes and then stared at Arad's face. You already did what I wanted. Go ahead. Give me no mercy. Arad nodded. I will stop if you tell me, so keep it in mind. He laid her on the bed and rested at her entrance. Ayala stared down, sweating as her heart started pounding. It's coming. Clack! In a single fast move, Arad jammed his entire length inside her, pushing her body back and causing her spine to twist. Egra. Ayla cried, feeling the pain shoot from her stomach to her head. Her hands gripped into the bed as she looked down, seeing a tiny bulge in her belly. He's too big for her. Ayla gasped for air. What did you stop? She looked at Arad's face. You look more in pain than last time? He patted her forehead. You're sweaty as well. I can stop. Thud. Ayla kicked Arad in the face. Don't stop, her face pouting. Arad smiled, biting her foot, and moved it away from his face. Fine. Novel neat. He started moving rapidly. Ayla gasped for air, clearing her head as her hands clenched on the bed. Arad's draconic body is tough and durable. That advantage doesn't come without a drawback. His sensitivity is far lower than humans. He can tell something is touching him, but not any more details than his whole tiny, hard scales. The reason is the countless scales protecting his humanoid body. Ella stared at Arad's face, barely holding her voice in. She sensed him slowly down, so she swung her legs, wrapping them around his hips. Don't slow down, she gasped. I can take it. Keep going. As Arad went back to moving as hard as he could, Ayla thought, I better find a way to make him more sensitive, or my hips won't last. As she thought of that, the image of Nina and Mariam flashed in her head. Those two must have enough durability. Why is that? High strength, I guess. Your mind seemed out for a bit. Arad stopped moving and looked at her face, worried. Ayla shook her head. I was just thinking, is it from the dragon's nature to like it rough? Or is it a fault of your human shapeshift? Can't you disable the scales down there? Arad looked down at himself. I don't know, probably a bit of both. He lifted Ayla in his arms, shoving his flesh all the way inside her. Until we discover that, you're stuck with it, he smiled. Ayla giggled, pushing him down on the bed. I will move. Let me try. She took a deep breath and lowered her entire weight, forcing all of his flesh inside her. See? I can take it, so don't worry about me. She started humping up and down, ignoring the pain, until started to feel numb. Chapter 381, sorry, didn't know. This was a holy place. The sun started to rise, and Ayla couldn't lift herself from the bed. His hips were screaming in agony, numb from the inside and burning from the bones. Are you okay? Arad asked, helping her sit. Ayla touched her hips, scratching them. I'm as red as a tomato and as soft a tenderized piece of meat. I won't say I'm fine, as that would be a lie. She smiled, managing to stand up. Nothing that a simple healing spell won't help with. You sure? Arad stared at her, feeling guilty, as that was certainly his fault. Ayla stared at him with a smile. I'm not fine, but this isn't a problem. She walked toward his side, patting his shoulder. Just be gentle with Mira next night. We don't want you cracking the egg inside her. Arad nodded. Sorry, you don't have to, Ayla giggled. I did half the moving, remember? She giggled. Arad looked at her. I will take your words then. He lifted his hand, and a gust of dark void consumed the bed and everything around it. He then stared at the lake. What a beautiful place. Didn't have much time to explore it. New Vogue, they walked by the lakeside, staring at the sun's reflection on the water, and soon they found something buried under a mound of bushes and mold. Something is there, Arad said, approaching the thing. He started pulling the vines away with his palm. Ayla stood beside him, and then started scoping the mold with her hands. After just a few seconds, a stone statue emerged. A naked with long ears and flowing hair, holding a sword as if dancing with it. Arad lifted the statue and put it straight, staring at its eyes the moon maiden, the goddess of swordplay, songs, and dance, Ayla said, looking at Arad. One of the dark elves' goddesses, Elis. So this was a place of worship in the past? Arad asked, looking around. Ayla froze in place and started sweating. She turned around and looked where the bed was. We need to get out now. Fine. Arad grabbed Ayla's hand and attempted to teleport, but he couldn't. His magic won't work. A divine light emerged from the statue's eyes, radiating power as the lake trembled. "You mortals dare defile my holy land?" A gentle voice boomed from the statue. Arad swung his fist at the statue. "Sorry!" Clang! His fist connected with the statue but didn't harm it. "Gah!" Arad pulled his hand back. His fingers were broken. "You dare hit the statue of a goddess." Clang! Arad hit it with a second punch, breaking his fist again. "You do not learn, mortal. Speak for yourself. What are you?" Arad growled, but Aela grabbed his hand. "Calm down. Listen to her. She is right. I would have smitten you already if I so wished, but I'm in debt to thee." The voice boomed again. Arad sighed. "I assume you are that goddess." "Elis was your name. The earliest mortal kind used to address me, accursed one. Far few those who knew my name and lives to tell of it." The voice seemed to drift away and then rush closer. "You have restored my statue. Thus my power can once again reach my holy land. I shall forgive your transgression upon my sacred ground." Arad looked at the statue and then at Aela. "You could have just remained silent if that was the case. I never heard of gods speaking directly to mortals, even when the whole world is in danger," Arad said with a smile, still trying his best to activate the void step and bolt it out. "Don't poke her." Aela stared at Arad with a worried face. She knew the matter wasn't simple when a god spoke, and any wrong word could kill them. "You speak of wisdom, accursed dragon, and you, spirit master of the wind, fear not as I came to you with a mission to reward your efforts in cleansing my land?" "You reward work with more work?" Arad stared at her. "Is that how it works? Or is this a hook?" Arad stared at the statue. "You speak like a devil accursed dragon. But fear not. I do not hoard power like your kind." The divine magic oozing from the statue seemed to smile. "Listen well and obey. In the depths of the ground, amid the dark caverns of the Forgotten Kingdom, the daughter of the unholy shadow assassin of old hunts. That abhorrent, ugly, deformed lump of hatred and blood is none but an accursed child just like thee. Mortals have forsaken her, only seeing the monster ravaging their flesh. Yet I have not." Arad looked at the statue. "So you want me to kill her, or help her kill? Neither. Help, save, and lift her curse, and I shall be thy advocate in the hall of the gods." Aela blinked twice. "What?" She poked Arad's side. "She's serious." "You serious?" Arad looked at the statue. "And advocate, what's that?" "Daughter, if the spirits, you may speak to me directly. I do not hate your kind, as some tradition may entitle," the statue vibrated. "Advocate, I shall speak in your favor to the gods, what they might grant you that I don't know. But I can at least promise that their power shall not kill you." Arad sighed. "Vague promises, but I would at least try. Would be nice if I didn't have to worry about a wild smite sending me under the dirt." "My, the silver light guides thee." The divine magic started fading from the statue, but then returned. Almost forgot. "You can do it again here. Not like much of my worship remains. But I won't refuse a dance. If possible, possible, possible." The voice faded away. Arad stared around. Was that truly a goddess? My gut's telling me she's a fraud. Aela looked at the statue. "This is indeed a statue of Elis, a dark elf goddess. I never heard her voice before. I don't think any of her worshippers did, for that matter. But that was a huge amount of divine magic." Aela recalled what she knew about the gods. The rituals of worshipping her are a bit, well, weird. "She said something about a dance," Arad replied. "Her priestesses must be dark elves and ones skilled with the sword on top of that, preferably long swords. They dance with their blade, naked under the moonlight. Their steps slowly take them over the water, and those who manage to dance over it without falling to the lake are favored." Aela explained. Arad nodded. "I see. Dancing dark elves. But why?" He stared at her, confused. 2 words. Blade dance. The most powerful sword-fighting style. It uses the momentum of each attack and moves the empower the next. Legends have it that if you master the skill, you can fight perpetually till the end of time without getting tired, and with each of your attacks being stronger than the last. Aella sat on the ground. But the skill is insanely hard and complicated, to the point where any extra weight on you would twist your understanding of it. It's best to train naked, they said. Aella sighed. Arad stood. She's getting no prayers here, he sighed. I will look into the sword skill later, but for now, let's head back and see what the others are up to. He smiled. Aella smiled. Mind carrying me? Someone got a number on me. She stared at him with a smug face, tapping her hips. Of course, Arad smiled, kissing her on the forehead and lifted her in his arms. Let's head back. Chapter 382. The Elemental's Wizard Eye. Chapter 382, The Elemental's Wizard Eye. As Arad and Aella teleported back to their room, the sun rose. Aella looked around, sensing that Kin's barrier still stood, yet it had changed. It's mimicking my aura, Arad mumbled. Good morning, Zephyr yawned in the back, sitting up with her hair as messy as thorned bushes. Would have been strange if you disappeared suddenly at midnight, so she's covering up for you. Arad put Aella down and walked toward the bed, taking a seat and looking out the window. You went shopping yesterday, so what shall we do today? Arad looked at Aella with a smile. I don't know. She smiled. First breakfast, and then would see if the others have any idea. I have one. Zephyr flew toward Arad's face, circulating him. What is it? Arad asked. She has helped him discover something important. He should start listening to her more often. There is someone I want to kill. Care to help me out? She stared at Arad with an innocent smile, as if she didn't just say what she said. Sirlun Jadfrey, a wizard that lives here in the city. He has built a tower with a magic shop on the lowest floor. We can find him in the middle of the city, Zephyr said with a smile. Her face then twisted. He used to send parties to hunt pixies and rip their wings apart. He needed their dust, tears, and blood for his magic experiments and alchemical potions. For that crime, he has to die. I don't think killing a mage like him without causing a commotion is possible, Aella replied. Can't you just prove him guilty to the royal court? I hardly have any evidence tracing back to him except magic. Rare are the people who are sensitive enough to feel what I do. Zephyr is the wind spirit, a high spirit with insane magic coursing through her body. The wind tells her of every whisper, every breath, and every thread linking the killing of her people to the wizard. Also, there are several captive pixies in his tower. We have to save them. They did send me several calls of help, Zephyr added, sitting on Arad's shoulder. So, what do you say? Of course, he's as good as dead, Arad replied with a smile. But he looked at Aella. It's best to leave them here. The more people we take, the more likely we're to get caught. Then, do you have a plan? Zephyr asked. Arad nodded. Hold a second. He closed his eyes and psionic energy radiated from his body. After just a moment, Arad smiled. Done. I got us some help. Help? Aella stared at him, confused. I asked Brother Gojo if he can help, and he said he's coming with Vars. Arad smiled. Apparently he scammed Vars of staff, and they did want to get back at him. I would also take Jack. I have a feeling he's an expert on the matter. How about Eris? Aella stared at him. I want you and her to remain here and protect Mira in case that underworld idiot attacks. I see, but be careful, Aella smiled, and Arad stared at her. After breakfast, I'm sure they won't mind waiting. Arad then giggled. Brothers say he will come walking for once. We have time. He's listening? Zephyr stared at Arad. I just called him and didn't cut off the link yet. I can hear him and he can hear me, Arad smiled. So it's like a sending stone, but in your head. Aella scratched her chin. We might need to buy some of them, Arad shook his head. This wizard, we're going to have some stored. I will grab one or two, maybe the whole tower. After breakfast, Arad and Jack walked out of the castle and saw Gojo and Vars waiting in the shades. Took you long enough, Gojo smiled, approaching Arad and throwing a gentle punch. Arad blocked the punch with one from him, ending in a slightly rough fist bump. "Good morning to you as well," Arad replied with a smile. Vars stared at Jack. Nice eyes, those of one who doesn't mind getting his hands dirty. Jack stared at Vars. Yours are scary, the eyes of someone who sees life as nothing more than a currency. If I'm a criminal and a thief, you're a serial killer. Vars smiled. The nature of my job. He rubbed his face and smiled. How about now? How do I look? An innocent elf initiate trying to learn magic. Naive and easily tricked, Jack replied with a growl. Impressive disguise, even if it's just expressions. That should be enough to set a basic level of trust, won't it? Vars extended his hand to Jack. We're allies now. Can we work together? Jack shook Vars's hand. I don't mind. Not that any of us is clean, he giggled. Where is my sister? Jack asked. She was with you. She's gathering information, the reason we're waiting, Gojo replied. I wish to bring her with us, but sadly that isn't possible. I see. She has always been a harder worker, Jack smiled. I might not have her skills, but I shall do my best. Vars stared at Jack. Strange. She always said she isn't as good as you. Calling you a genius of the craft, able to trap a whole castle in a day and trick the strongest of minds into falling to your tricks. Jack waved his hand. I'm nothing close to her. Lucky is probably all I have. Arad stared at Jack. Lucky won't cut it to be him. The fight against the incubus, the dragons, and all of the quick thinking he has. She might be right. Jack is a one-of-a-kind genius. Have more confidence, Arad patted Jack's shoulder. You got us from a lot of sticky situations. You're the best thief I've ever seen. Jack smiled. That's very convincing, coming from someone who only saw one thief, me. I only needed you, that says something. Arad smiled and Gojo giggled. Brother is right. Be confident and greedier and you shall achieve what you want. Gojo turned to look forward, seeing the wizard's tower standing in the distance. That wizard is going to have a really bad day. We go in, bash his head in, take anything that seems useful, and then teleport away. Don't forget about the pixies. We have the save them. Arad cracked his fists. Of course, Vars sighed. Don't tell me we're going through the front door. We are, Jack replied. At least give me a chance to see what the inside of the tower looks like. Gojo lifted his right hand and stared at his fingers. I have a spell, animal shapeshift. I can turn us all into animals, bugs, or anything like that. I should be useful. You're a druid? Jack stared at Gojo. No, I'm a wizard, a monk, a knight, and an ice sorcerer. I think that came from my father's side? Gojo mumbled. Wait, over level 60? Jack gasped. Level 69 to be exact. Nice, isn't it? Chapter 383, The Elemental's Wizard, II. Chapter 383, The Elemental's Wizard 2. The large metal doors of the capital's wizard's tower swung open, and a white-haired man stepped inside. The moment he set foot inside, all the mages turned to stare at him. Such raw mana, one of them gasped, it's screaming around him, twisting and twirling like an ice storm. He approached Gojo. Are you perhaps a cryomancer? Or dare I say, a sorcerer? White blood, perhaps? Or is it silver? He stared at Gojo's face. Ah, don't tell me an elemental, I'm sure of it. Gojo smiled, lifting his palm. Close. I'm both a cryomancer and an ice elemental sorcerer. He conjured a rose of white ice. The wizard gasped. Such fine control. It can't be achieved without both the talent of sorcerers and the dedication of wizards. Which noble state do you hail from, bender of the cold magic? He waved his hand, bowing slightly and taking off his large wizard hat. Sadly, I'm an orphan adventurer. Give me more free time to work on my spells. Gojo smiled, waving his hand and releasing a trail of snow. It saddens my heart to see another student of magic suffer the uncurable sickness of loneliness, but fear not. The mana never abandons us. Neither is the amused gaze of the goddess of magic. The wizard smiled, patting Gojo's shoulder. Trust in her, and you shall find happiness. Gojo giggled with a smile. Sorry, but I'm not completely alone. I do have my younger brother with me. He looked back. The wizard stared behind Gojo as a large man walked into the tower. The door seemed to barely contain the massive shadow, and the moment it stepped inside, a wave of dreaded magic rushed across the whole tower. The wizard backed away, sweating. Curse, gravity, and psychic magic all mixed into one. I do sense a faint hint of vampire blood magic and lycanthropic curses. That isn't all fire and brimstones. I sense a draconic aura inside him. The wizard fell on his butt, crawling away. Gojo looked back. Hey, brother, keep your magic down, see? You scared them like chickens? He waved his hand. You know that a scared chicken's meat is tough and lacks flavor? Arad closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. This is the best I can keep it down. Arad's aura was well under control to hide from the common folks, but here in this den filled with wizards and experts in magic, it only takes one of them to get lucky and notice it for the rest to start following his trail like bees after honey. It wasn't Arad's skill that was shabby, but Gojo's ability to hide his magic from literal wizards that seemed like an otherwise shape-shifting. A dragon among humans is like a wolf among sheep, a fox among chickens. Gojo, Arad, do we look like we have time? Vars walked from behind them. Stop playing with them. We have a deal to seal. The wizard stood up, brushing the dust off his robe. Another wizard. What wild magic brought this upon us? He smiled. Need anything? Jack walked from the back, a smile on his face. Sirlan Jadfrey, I want to buy a scroll from him. He then pointed at Gojo and Arad. Brought them with me to make sure I'm not scammed. I know how easy that can be when you're not expert in what you're buying. The wizard nodded. That's right. But sadly, Sirlan isn't taking any meetings now. He shook his head. He said that he would be staying at the top of the tower. Anyone who wants to meet him has to find a way to get all the way up to him. Gojo looked up. How high is the tower? Nah. From the outside, it is a 10 stories tower. The wizard smiled. But from the inside, there are 1,001 stories. Each of them is an intricate maze filled with summoned elementals. He giggled. A marvelous of magic engineering achieved by the raw power of a 9th-tier spell, Cloud's Tower. That's a pain. Gojo sighed. You can use the stairs, but you have to clear each maze to gain access to the next stairs, or engineer a teleport spell. But that is almost impossible with the violent magic of the tour interfering. Unless you're a mage of Sir Sirlan's caliber, getting to him isn't worth the effort. Jack looked up at Gojo. So instead of telling people to fuck off, he created a whole-ass dungeon to make getting to him so annoying they would give up. The two stared at each other, and then Jack stared at the wizard. Are you all that insane? Gojo scratched his head. Typical wizard. They always make things more complicated and use massive amounts of magic to create something utterly useless. Gojo then stared at Vars. Can you teleport us all the way up? Vars shook his head. The walls are extremely resistant to magic. It's like a human trying to throw a softball through a wall. No matter how hard he tries, it's just going to bounce back. I can't see a way to teleport as well. Arad sighed, squeezing his eyes to look through the wall's magic, but it was as thick as a cloud. Gojo walked forward. What am I going to do? He looked at Arad. You might not have been able to reach that man without me. He smiled. You can get through that? Arad stared at Gojo with a doubtful eye. I won't call it easy, but I can do it. Gojo smiled, closing his eyes. It's impossible to teleport all the way up. Give up? The wizard said with a smile. I will send a letter to Sirlan. You might get a reply within a year or two. I'm not saying it's possible to teleport all the way up. Gojo smiled, opening his eyes, and the wizard gasped, seeing the blue pure mana dripping from Gojo's eyes. Gojo extended his hands forward, clapping them together. If you can't hammer it in one go, then do it over 1,000 hits. The wizard lunged back, scared of the disgustingly huge amount of magic coursing across Gojo's body. I call upon the frozen wastelands of the hells, the mystic glaciers of the heavens, and the cold lands of the mortal plains, layers upon layers of ice, stacking sheets upon sheets to block 1,000 steps. With Gojo's words, the mana flew between his palms. Only Arad noticed it. Every word Gojo said was a mere act, covering the nature of his draconic magic. Crackled magic crackled between Gojo's fingers as he opened his palms. 1,000 magic circles made of ice sprouted like the pages of a book as they sparkled like the stars. Zon, 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 Zon. The scenery in front of Arad's face changed one after the other. Once he saw a burning fire skeleton, and the next was a weird woman, a large golem, and then a transparent blob of goo in the blink of an eye. 1,000 images flashed across his head. Thud, as they landed, Arad, Jack, and Vars fell on their back, and only Gojo remained standing. If I can't teleport in one go, all I have to do is teleport 1,000 times between the layers, he said with a smile, staring at the massive golden door in front of them. He's behind this door. Chapter 384, The Elemental's Wizard IEI. Chapter 384, The Elemental's Wizard 3. Arad stood, and so did Jack and Vars. That was hard to keep up with. How fast can you cast magic? He asked. He's behind that door. This fight won't be easy. Leave him to me and deal with the rest. Gojo replied with a smile, staring back with glowing blue eyes. I'm the one who asked to do this, Arad growled. You can't take my kill. You would be the kill if you fought him alone. He might not be as important as the mages of the Mage Tower, but he's still a powerful caster. Gojo walked toward the massive door, kicking it open. Hither, hither! I'm here to see you wither, he shouted with a smile, walking with his hands in his pocket. Inside the large room, a single man stood on the balcony wearing a red robe and holding a platinum staff in his hand. 2 void dragons, a necromancer, and a mundane rogue?
What an unusual combination. What brought you to my domain? Isn't it obvious?
Gojo smiled. Your head, wizard. The wizard turned around, staring at Gojo with glowing blue eyes. The mana around him trembled. May I ask why you seek my life? I doubt you have a morality clause. Seeing you travel with a necromancer, Gojo looked back at Arad. What reason? Killing pixies for their wings, dust, and tears. Got asked by a close friend to take you out for it, Arad replied, keeping Zephyr out of the question. For those little things? I doubt whose life is worth more, a pixie or a human. The wizard, Serlun sighed. Depends on the person in question, Gojo smiled. Remember, we're 2 dragons and a necromancer. What do you think? Serlun stared back at Jack. You're a human. I bet even a criminal scum would answer that question, right? He smiled. But alas, I doubt much humanity will remain in someone possessing so many divine artifacts. He eyes Jack's prosthetic arm and leg. That leg and arm, and the one inside your body. He licked his lips. Those are some rare strands of mana, forged from the raw chaos of creation and imbued with strands of the mother of all life's hair. He giggled. Where did you get those? Jack blinked. A janky old herbalist in an old shack, he replied, not believing a word the wizard said. Gojo walked forward. There isn't much use in talking. Can we get to killing each other? He smiled. Serlun laughed. You dare challenge a high wizard at the top of his tower. You have a death wish. Gojo smiled. I'm taking on him. You deal with the others. His void deepened, and Serlun smiled. Come forces of nature. With the wizard's booming words, the room expanded as far as the eyes could see, and several massive elementals showed up. A tornado of fire, a cloud of violent storms, a raging mound of dirt, and a large ball of water bam. Arad lunged forward, swinging his fist at Serlun. Didn't your brother tell you to stay away? Serlun smiled, pointing his staff at Arad. Disintegrate, a beam of concentrated green magic rushed at Arad faster than he could see. Bam! Arad froze in place as Gojo extended his hand ahead of him, catching the beam in his palm and rolling it into a ball. You aren't a match for him at your current level and understanding of magic. Let me deal with him. Take on the elemental, as I told you." Gojo said, throwing the ball to the side. The ball disintegrated anything in its way into ash. If it had touched Arad, he would have turned to ash faster than what his vampiric regeneration could keep up with. Arad stared at the disintegrated ground, shocked. "Gojo is right. I can beat that wizard if you want to let me control your body, but now you can't do anything against him." Serlin laughed, his blonde hair trailing with the wind caused by the swirling magic around his body. "I didn't know that a disintegrate spell could be caught. Was it the void? We're a magic dragon. The best class for us is pure wizard. All we need is the patience to study and master its arts." Gojo smiled, lifting his palm. "Are you ready to die? Pure talent against pure dedication." Serlon smiled, pointing his staff at Gojo. "A last question. How are two void dragons in the same place?" "That is none of your business. You're dying today." Gojo pointed at the wizard mana charging at the tip of his finger. "Come on, at least let me know that before dying." Serlon smiled. "Dead men can speak with a simple spell, and you aren't really expecting to die. So I'm not sharing anything." Gojo disappeared, emerging behind Serlon with a finger pointing at the back of his head. "Blow up." Serlon smiled, a crystal ward covering his body as he spun around, pointing the tip of his staff at Gojo's stomach. Banishment. A wave of magic covered Gojo's body, and Serlon smiled. "See you in the hells." Clack. Gojo grabbed the portal by the edges and the wizard started sweating. He started bending it, and Serlon took a step back. Ice, cold, freezes everything, and the void devours it. He smiled as the spell shattered. "You need more control to hit me with a spell." Bam! He punched Serlon in the face, sending him flying. In the back, Arad swung his fist at the large earth elemental, sending it rolling back. "You're strong and heavy but slow." Wash. The water and fire elementals rushed at Vars, but he remained still, tapping the ground with his hand. Rise death knights from his shadow. Two skeletons burning with unholy green flame emerged. Full plate armor covered their bodies as they swung two great swords at the elementals. They are both immune to fire and have enough heat to evaporate water. Vars smiled. "Have a nice time dealing with them." On the other side, Jack pulled a tiny sack filled with flowers from his pocket. He threw it at the air elemental with a smile. "How do you hurt air?" He smiled. "Set it ablaze." Jack pointed his arm cannon forward and fired at the air elemental, igniting its whole body. Bam! Arad extended his arm, sucking the whole earth elemental into his stomach and disintegrating it. He then looked at Gojo and the wizard leaping around, exchanging punches at a ridiculous speed. "Doma, can you beat him? With your body, with ease, I took full control. But I would need to get ruthless." Arad smiled. "I bet Zephyr counted on you being with me when she sent us on this mission. Let's give it a try." Doma smiled. "Let's do it, darling." Her voice faded into his head. Arad's eyes closed as countless black scars filled his body, curse marks and magic circles created by Doma. Vars felt a shiver down his spine. Whatever Arad did, something horrific was coming out. Zon Arad's body disappeared. Serlin dodged one of Gojo's punches with a smile on his face. "You're skilled, but I shall win." "No, you won't. I'm just warming up." Gojo giggled. "Don't start bragging when I didn't even shift into a half-dragon form." Thud. Serlin hit something as he backed away, feeling a hand clenched on his jewels. "Do you know what they call a man that lacks courage?" A voice came from behind Serlin, crack. Serlin howled as his jewelry was ripped off and thrown to the ground. As he fell on his face, bleeding, he could see Arad walking between him and Gojo with a bloodied hand. "A curse that makes you terrified of me for the rest of your life as long as those who witnessed you losing them are still alive." Arad started laughing maniacally. "It's always fun seeing that face on you, wizards. How much do you fear us?" Serlon could see it with a glance. Not Arad, but the witch laughing inside him. "I'm going to take your eyes, ears, and spleen and make cursed soup." No, I will use your leather to make a lethal poison and sell it for copper. Arad started laughing. You cursed witch! How did you take over a dragon's body? Sirlon growled. Arad suddenly stopped laughing, glaring at Sirlon with glowing pink eyes. Oh, come on. Arad giggled with a shy smile. He's my husband. We share mind and body always, damned hag. Sirlon stood healing his body and glaring at Arad. I will rip you apart from his body for what you did. Arad smiled from ear to ear. You asked earlier about morality. Who do you think is the most vile one here? He stared at Sirlon. Is it the necromancer delving into forbidden magic? Nah. Is it you torturing the peaceful pixies? Nah. He shook his head, pointing at Sirlon with one finger. It's me, the one who curses people into suffering for all eternity. Sirlon screamed in terror as the curse kicked in, falling to the ground and crawling into a ball, crying like a baby in his eyes. Arad has turned into the worst horror he had ever seen. Gojo stared at Arad. As I said, it was a matter of knowledge. Arad doesn't know enough about magic to counter it, but you can, he smiled. Arad put his hands on his hips. Of course I do, kid. I've been studying curses longer than this bouffon has ever breathed air. He approached Sirlon and kicked him in the guts. Let's give him the happy end he deserves. He shall die with a smile. Arad pointed his finger at Sirlon's terrified body. Fear not, child. Die with a smile. Sirlon suddenly started laughing and laughing and laughing. His body twisted and convulsed violently. Death laughed. Arad smiled. He will laugh to death. A curse for those who seek happiness but don't deserve it. Chapter 385. The Elemental's Wizard Ive. Chapter 385. The Elemental's Wizard 4. Sirlon laughed and laughed, his lungs bleeding and his eyes turning red from the blood. Arad stared down at him with a smile. What a surprise you had. One rigged up. Gojo's eyes flashed open, vam. A concentrated blast sent Arad's body flying back at a blinding speed, bleeding from his mouth and ears. This one, Gojo growled, opening his palm and pointing at Sirlon. What did you do? A blue ball of magic emerged in his palm, exploding into a massive blast. Swash! Sirlon's body flew away, still laughing, but his skin had turned red, magic flowing with his blood as elemental energy started swirling around his body. What is going on? Jack rushed forward. That doesn't seem good, Swash! He slid behind Sirlon, pulling a large web of his metallic wires. Gee away from him, Gojo shouted, trying to pull Jack away. Jack smiled. Getting a hit in, he pulled Sirlon's body down, stabbing his back with his dagger. Got a load of wyvern poison? How do you like your organs getting digested while you're alive? Sirlon's body fell to the ground, seizing and convoluting as his organs melted. The routes of mana inside his body leaked and caused his magic to start going out of control. Gojo stared at Jack, smiling. Where was you hiding that? Wyvern potion? The Alchemist Guild said they had none. Vars glared at Jack. Did you buy it all? Jack shook his head. Come on, I didn't. That's too much money to pay, he smiled. I robbed their whole stock and stashed it in Arad's stomach. Wyverns are also called lesser dragons. They only have 2 legs and wings like birds, but with no feathers. Their neck is long and ends in a crocodile-like head. They sting their food with their scorpion-like tail, using their powerful poison to digest their prey from the inside out, and then slurp the juices. Wyvern's poison is the 3rd strongest poison known. The 2nd rank belongs to the purple worm's poison, and the 1st is the green dragon's, which have the most lethal poison in the world. Clack! Sirlon's magic returned, and everyone stared at him. Arad, I will control the magic. You can fight him physically, Doma said, and Arad smiled, standing up and cracking his shoulders. I like this. Gojo turned around, staring at Arad with a grin. Look at you, working together. Arad pulled the adamantine sword he got from Alcott from his stomach, and 3 orbs of compressed blue magic appeared around his head. I'm going to slice him apart, and I will grill him. Gojo looked at the orbs around Arad's head. Doma was using the void inside the air particles to crush them and release all the energy stored within. Balancing three wasn't something easy, not a thing that can be achieved in a decade. She must have spent decades over decades studying magic and void magic alike for her to be able to show this kind of control. Bam! Arad lunged forward, and Gojo went with him. Let's stop this wizard before he blows up. Gojo waved his hand, freezing Sirlon's body. Doma says he isn't about to explode, he's trying to merge with an elemental, but she can't tell which one as it hasn't manifested yet. Destroy the brain. He seems to have a certain level of tolerance to poison. We can't count on that. Gojo shouted as he saw Arad slice Sirlon across the torso and the three orbs of light burning the body. Bam! Sirlon's body got reconnected and healed. Need me careful around the wizard. They can get insane if you push them too much. Arad shouted back, "We did push this one." He stared at Sirlon's body, remembering the last wizard he fought. Thud. Gojo lunged forward, touching Sirlon. Annoying wizard, die, Zon. In the blink of an eye, his void disintegrated the wizard's body. This is bad, Gojo sighed, seeing the body reform from thin air. We can't destroy him with normal means. It must be a contract that binds the soul to something powerful. I can confirm that, Vars shouted from the back. His soul is tied to something material. It must be hidden in this tower, but tracking it is futile. Why? Gojo stared back. I'm trying to find it since he didn't die the first time, but I can't seem to get a hold of it, Vars replied, his eyes flashing green. Let's pulverize him, Arad shouted, lunging in and punching Sirlon in the face. Gojo smiled and did the same. He might not regenerate as minced meat. Bam, clack. Arad punches Sirlon in the face and Gojo punches him in the guts. Doma uses Arad's gravity magic to spin the poor wizard, draining his blood out as Jack fires a crossbow bolt drenched in wyvern poison. As Sirlon stopped spinning, Arad grabbed him by the leg and swung him at Gojo, who kicked him in the face and grabbed him by the neck, throwing him back to Arad. Arad clenched his hands together and smashed the wizard down, only for Gojo to kick him across the room like a ball's on. Arad clapped his hands, teleporting to where Sirlon's body hit the wall and pointed at him. Doma burned the core with a blast of fire, and Arad grabbed the burning body and ripped it in half, throwing the parts back to Gojo. Gojo smiled, catching the two halves and smashing them together, then throwing a barrage of punches at the torso as he stomped the legs, finally throwing them back to Arad. Doma smiled. Temporary curse force. Arad felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Something inside him shifted. Doma damaged his body and exchanged that for an increase in his physical power. This curse can be cured by a simple healing spell, but right now, it's a buff. Arad took a deep breath, filling his lungs with air, and then shouted as loud as he could. Roar! His voice boomed, sending a shockwave that blasted the body back to Gojo. Thud. Arad lunged forward, chasing Sirlon's body as it flew toward Gojo. They must keep him crushed until Vars finds his soul. Suddenly, Sirlon's mouth opened, and a dreadful feeling filled the room. Arad could sense a chill running down his spine, and Gojo lifted his arms to protect himself. Hades' soul cinder. Those words came from Sirlon's mouth as if he wasn't the one to speak them. A rumbling shook the place as a wave of magic rushed toward Gojo. His life flashed in front of his eyes. Ding. Sirlon opened his eyes in a white lab, looking at the back of a redhead halfling standing on a wooden chair as she mixed alchemical ingredients. He was confused, but could neither move nor speak. I said nothing above level 12 spells. I don't care if you spend 5 centuries creating it. I won't let it be used, the halfling said. And Sirlon opened his eyes between Arad and Gojo. Gojo had his arms blown off, but he stood with a passive face, staring down at Sirlon. Your spell failed at the last moment. The hell was that? Arad gasped, still unable to comprehend the magic lingering in the air. Cylon couldn't move or feel anything. In fact, something seemed off. He wasn't breathing, and his eyes couldn't move. His field of vision slowly turned dark as he screamed internally, calling for help. But none came. Gojo sighed. The magic in his eyes faded. He's dead for good, looking at the mangled blood mess on the ground. A smashed body with the eyes resting on the pile of gore. Chapter 386, Getting Out of the Tower. Thud, Gojo, Arad, Jack and Vars emerged back on the first floor of the wizard's tower as if nothing happened. What? You're already back? The wizard that greeted them at the start approached with a confused face. Did you meet Sir Surlon? Gojo smiled. Yeah, we did. He looked at Arad. If you only saw the look on his face when we walked into his office. I bet he was surprised if you made it to him in a few minutes. The wizard smiled. I won't ask what you wanted, but was it a successful deal? Vars stared at the wizard with a gentle smile. It was, albeit I think he ripped us off with a high price. Typical Sir Surlon, the wizard scratched his head. A bad trade is only on you. He looked at Vars. Let's hope next time you get a nicer outcome. A deal is a deal, Jack stretched his arms. Let's head back. Arad stepped forward. He said he would come down after summoning a powerful elemental. Right now he's testing. The wizard's eyes lit up. I knew it. Sir Surlon was working on a powerful summoning spell. I only hope he doesn't summon his death as Simon did. Simon? Arad looked at the wizard. In short, Simon summoned a succubus and ended up being sucked to death. A waste of talent, he sighed. Gojo turned around. That's what you get. He looked back at the wizard. Cubus is dangerous. Kill on sight. Summoning one doesn't make sense. The wizard shook his head. Simon tried to summon a handmaiden of Gracie, a succubus that was born and raised in the mother of all life's kingdom. What's that? Arad remained confused, but Doma explained briefly in his head. It's a kingdom in the abyss ruled by the goddess of Cubus, love, lust, shadows, the mother of all life. It's only inhabited by succubus, virgin succubus, and nothing else. Doma can only imagine how bad it would end for a wizard who pulled a starving succubus from there. Arad shook his head. Had it coming. A starving succubus isn't something to mess with. The wizard stared at Arad, confused. You know that? Simon spent decades digging in ancient records. He even dared to steal a book written by the accursed witch Doma, which cursed him to always be thirsty, hungry, and infertile. Arad stopped, wanting to look away. Doma, that was your book. Everything I wrote had multiple curses, simply because I had a habit of doodling on the side of the papers. The book should have burned after cursing him. Don't start making cursed objects just for fun. I admit it was fun, but the book was important. What kind of witches can't make decent love potions? I'm the one who invented the fake tears of Gracie. It might not match the original one, but it's still quite potent, and you don't need to get it from a goddess. So you made that one. Arad remembered the potion Ayla got on their first night. That thing was an invention of Doma. Gojo walked out of the tower, and everyone followed him. They don't need to linger anymore. It could take months for anyone else to reach Surlon's floor. It could be years before they discover he's dead, and then they can only blame it on a failed summon. He then looked at Arad. Well, they won't be finding anything since you have him. Arad nodded. He took the corpse, and they cleaned the whole floor, erasing everything possible evidence, and then scrambled the place. Surlon disappeared without a trace. I will give him to Zephyr. Arad smiled. He was a bigger threat than expected. She better have something more than thanks for me. Gojo grabbed Arad by the arm and pulled him away. Listen, brother. I don't suggest you get intimate with a pixie, especially the wind spirit. Those little bastards feed off mana. She would drain in no time. I'm not doing that, and she can't drain me, Arad whispered back. I don't have first-hand experience with them, but I heard a lot from other people. Gojo whispered, staring back at Vars. Stay away from succubus, nymphs, and pixies. Anything else shouldn't pose a problem for a dragon. They are that bad? Succubus drains your life force. That's your HP in the system. Nymphs drain stamina, and pixies drain mana. Gojo stood and sighed. I don't want Jack or Ayla to come calling, telling me you're dead with a tiny pixie in bed. Arad shook his head. That won't happen, not in a million years. I would trust you in that. Gojo smiled, but if she's willing to give you an extra reward, as for her dust or tears, they are pricey. How much? Arad asked. A gram of a regular pixie's dust already sells for over 20 gold coins, and the tears are 10 gold coins per drop. Gojo looked at Arad. If they come from the wind spirit, those prices are going to shoot up into the platinum, if not more with the right buyer. Arad nodded with a smile. He has a little gold mine flying around his room. Arad returned back to the castle, and the guards stared at him. Sir Arad, right? Arad stopped and turned toward the guards. Yes, need anything. The two guards stared at each other. Well, the truth is, we wanted to ask, how do you train, one of them said. Yeah, we always wanted to know, how could someone reach such power? The other nodded. Arad scratched his chin, thinking of what he did differently. I eat a lot of meat, train on any skill I find, whether it be magic or martial. I do find monsters regularly. His eyes flashed. Right. It must be that. All of those are valid. What else could it be? One of the guards stared at Arad. Women. Sleep with as much as you can. The more the better, Arad said with a smile. Then, I need to get back. He walked past the guards, leaving them pondering on what he said. Kleck. Arad opened the door to Ayela's room, walking inside only to see her sitting on her desk, cleaning her bow. Doing maintenance? Arad asked with a smile. Yes, I don't want to trouble Mira each time, Ayela replied. Buzz, Zephyr, lunged from Ayela's head toward Arad. Did you kill him? She floated in front of his face. Arad opened his mouth and attempted to bite her. Clack, as his jaw clenched. Zephyr dodged with a grin on her face. I'm quick, I'm nimble, I'm the wind. Come here, I want to send you to him in my stomach. Arad smiled. But seriously, I can't pull him here. He's a mess of blood and guts. Zephyr stared at Arad with a smile. I hope it wasn't much of a problem. She stared closely at his face. And did you find any pixies? Arad shook his head, sadly all dead. He pulled a closed box from his stomach. More than I can count. Damn it, Zephyr growled. That sick bastard. At least it's over now. She touched the box, and a gust of wind rushed from her wings. You can take the box. I sent the corpses to their families with a bit of my magic as an explanation. Arad opened the box and found it empty. All the dead pixies were sent away. He sucked the box back into his stomach and then looked at Zephyr. Then that wizard was more trouble than we expected. Do you have any decent reward for the kill? Zephyr scratched her chin. A reward's something that no one got. She smiled. I have one, but you aren't an elf, so you won't like it. Brother said your dust and tears are prissy. You can pay me with those, Arad suggested. That might do it, but I want to give you something else. She smiled. Something far more appropriate. Chapter 387, King and Cheese. Chapter 387, King and Cheese. Zephyr floated across the room, staring at Arad. I have 3 things in mind. I'm sure you will refuse 2 and accept 1. Arad pulled a chair and sat down. What are they? Zephyr smiled. Well, if you were an elf, I would have suggested licking my toes as a reward. She shook her head, but that trick only works on them. Arad instantly thought of Vars and Grant, the monk. Those 2 would definitely take it as a reward without a question. Of course I won't. What else do you have? Zephyr giggled, sitting on Arad's head and bending to stare at his eyes. I can help hasten the nymph's manifestation. I'm sure she would love to hand around you as long as you allow her. Arad nodded. Having another powerful ally, that's quite enticing. He lifted his hand and squeezed Zephyr. A nymph would suck my stamina dry. Are you trying to kill me? He growled. Zephyr cried, trying to escape his grasp. Sorry, I was joking. I'm joking. She struggled, and Arad released her. She panted, staring at him. You never take a joke, do you? I take a lot of jokes, Arad replied. You have something decent in mind, do you? The contract I have with Ayela. It entitles me to 1 minute of vacation each month. I will grant you control over 1, Zephyr said with a proud smile, puffing her chest. And what can you do? Arad stared at her. 1 minute isn't that long, and you don't seem to have any noticeable power. Zephyr glared at Arad. Aella is the bottleneck of my power, but in that minute I can use your mana. I bet I would be able to spam magic at full power, and what can you do at full power? Blast people away? Arad stared at her, doubtful at the effectiveness of her power. Zephyr smiled. Well, I'm the wind spirit. How powerful do you think I truly am? Arad stared at the small pixie, assessing her power and the density of her magic. You can throw a house away with violent wind, he said with a confident smile. I can throw a house, but my powers are far beyond that. Zephyr smiled. I can lift this whole city and throw it all the way to Alina with a large enough tornado. She lifted her hand. Of course I lack mana now. Arad's face turned serious again. Then you're saying I can ask you to conjure a tornado once a month. I rather not do it each month. It isn't easy, you know. Zephyr shook her head. She didn't want to exhaust herself. The casualties would be too massive to do it often. She then floated back to Aella sitting on her head. But if she were to come to harm, I'm erasing everything around her. Nobody is going to harm her while I'm around. Arad smiled. Then it's a deal. Now I got myself a cursed teacher and a 1-in-a-month tornado. What else do I need? Zephyr flew to Arad's face and stared into his eyes. What else do you need? She scratched her chin. Probably something to eat. Shall we go to the dining hall? Arad giggled. That's just you. He turned as Aella stood to follow him. Let's eat something. Several minutes later, the maids were hustling in the kitchen trying to make lunch, one rushing to bring the meat and the other watching over the large pots. The alcohol expert, sampling the bottles heading to the king's table, stood at the back, and more servants rushed on every corner. Alika Dormwick, a humble maid, carried an empty basket and rushed to the storeroom to bring the fresh vegetables. They have set the usual portion of food, but there are some guests at the castle, and they have a large man who eats a lot. She stood at the storage room door panting. She's late. Her hand slowly gripped the handle, stopping as something tingled in her ears. She could hear it, a faint crunching sound from the inside. Alika put the basket down and walked back. She grabbed the nearest broom and approached the door with a worried face. This sound, it must be a rat. She gulped down, grabbing the door handle with her trembling hand. Zai 3, the door cried as she slowly looked into the dark, looking for the sound source. Crunch, crunch. It was as clear as day on the other side of the door beside her. She rapidly turned around, swinging her broom down and hitting something. Oh, a voice cried, and she slowly opened her eyes. There, in the dark, she could see her broom resting on an old man's face. In that corner, Arad, King Baltos, Aella, and Zephyr sat munching on what they found stored in there. What are you doing? King Baltos cried, putting the cheese slice in his left hand and the bread in his right on the table. Arad looked up, munching on a dry-aged cow leg, while Aella had an apple in one hand and a large carrot in the other. Her nose pinched with a clothes peg. Zephyr sat on a rack, scooping honey with her arm from a jar. The maid stared at the king, confused. What are you doing here? Didn't Kin tell you not to? She sighed. Kin won't keep me away from my snacks. The king growled. I'm old and don't have many years left, so I will live them as I want. He stood munching on the cheese slice. The maid stared at the king, and Arad could sense it. She wasn't afraid, but exhausted. This isn't the first time they found the king snacking alone in the dark storage room. Just ask us, and we will bring you food, Alika sighed. In fact, we sent you snacks just half an hour ago, didn't we? The king glared at the maid. Alika, I asked for cheese and bread, nothing more, nothing less. You maids sent me a tiny blueberry cheese that won't fill a rat, and that fancy bread with weird seeds in it. How many times have I told you that isn't something I like? The chef spent an hour preparing it. Alika sighed, and the king scratched his beard. Then I have to kick that chef out. He made me wait an hour while I merely asked for cheese and bread. Look, I got it myself in less than a minute. Alika scratched her head, not knowing how to deal with this king. He might keep the demeanor of a noble, but he's fed up with almost everything. Crack! As Alika pondered, she spotted Arad behind the king, biting the cow leg in half, munching the bone and swallowing everything. The faint hair on her back stood, and she froze in place. That wasn't something a human jaw could achieve, Alika. Are you listening? Baltos waved his hand in front of her face. I'm taking the cheese wheel with me. Alika was stunned, staring at Arad eat. The room was slightly dark, so she rubbed her eyes. Maybe he was holding something besides a cow's leg. No, Arad definitely was eating a whole cow leg, bones and everything. What is going on? Kin walked through the door with Mira beside her. They stared at the mess. Baltos? Kin sighed. Arad? Mira smiled. Want some? Arad extended the cow leg toward Mira, but she pushed it away with her hands. Sorry, it isn't cooked, so I can't eat it. Numbles. Neat, Kin. Tell her, or are you with them? Baltos growled, and Kin approached him. I'm with the maids. A king should act like a king. She stared at Alika. Give him what he wants, but in his room, and make sure his healer approves it. She then approached Arad. You follow me. Arad stood, staring at Kin. Why? You haven't eaten in a while, have you? She looked at Arad. We're going to the basement. I will give you something to eat. Alika stared at Kin, confused. The basement? Why? Take care of Baltos, Kin glared at her, and Alika bowed. Kin wasn't just their head maid, but the first queen. She can't afford to offend her and keep her job here. Alika stared at Baltos and bowed down. Sorry for my actions earlier. Baltos laughed. Don't mind it, he smiled. Just send me my cheese. Alika smiled. As a king, Baltos had ruled the kingdom since he was 15 years old, conquered the orcs, and defeated the red-cap pirates of the Dead Sea. But those countless adventures and expeditions have molded him into a troublemaker. Baltos was used to sneaking out of the castle to drink and eat, and there was a time when he was missing for a whole week, only for him to return, having slayed a horde of bandits that captured him when he was out. Baltos took the cheese wheel with him and strolled out as Alika followed him silently. He can rule with an iron hand if he wants, but he doesn't. Alika smiled. They should be thankful he isn't a tyrant, but just an old man trying to enjoy his life. Chapter 388, The Divination Dragon. Chapter 388, The Divination Dragon. Arad followed Kin through the castle halls. With each step the walls changed, from exquisite marble to golden brown wood, and then to pale gray stones with a musty smell in the air. Arad looked around, his eyes stopping at Kin's back. You have a lair beneath the castle. Kin looked back with a smile. I do. My sister has one as well, she giggled. We are living here, aren't we? Arad nodded. 2 dragons living beneath the city. Even if someone attacked the city, they would be in for a nasty surprise. Surprise? She smiled, looking at Arad with a giggle. There isn't a need for me and my sister to fight. We aren't the only dragons around here. There are more. Arad closed his eyes, sending his psychic energy across the whole castle and out to the city. He couldn't find any other dragon. An ancient bronze dragon is living in the city as a beggar, a copper one working as a clown, and 2 silver ones working as healers. You would be hard-pressed to invade the capital without them raising hell. Kin giggled. Especially the bronze one. She has a nasty habit of throwing evil people and those who don't give her coins when she begs into uninhabited islands to let them die slowly. You serious? Arad gasped, staring at her. Just for that? Yes, just for that. She smiled. Last week she was kidnapped by a band of bandits to be sold as a slave. She freed everyone and threw the bandits on an isolated island. They are shouting for help in the sea now. You metallic are weird, Arad sighed. We're better than the chromatic. Kin stared back at Arad. We aren't living isolated in the forests and mountains and demanding sacrifices or stealing from travelers. Kin reached the stairs leading down to the basement. This is the way. Stay close to me so the magic doesn't reject you. Kin walked down the stairs and opened the old wooden door. It cried as its hinges were barely oiled. Follow me, Kin said, walking inside, but soon stopped as she saw Arad standing by the door. What are you doing? She asked. Arad reached into his stomach and pulled a bottle of oil. Oil your hinges. I'm sure Mira would be raging if she saw this. He poured some at the door hinges and then swung the door to make sure it was silent. Good, he smiled. You obsessed with repairs? I don't know much about Magic Dragon's habits. Kin stared at him. Arad shook his head. I do know as much as you do. Nothing, he smiled. I might have picked this from Mira, as I said before. Kin smiled. Well then, I have something big for you to eat. So follow me. As they walked inside, Arad could smell something sweet and fishy. What is this? He asked, staring into the darkness with a smile. Kin lifted her hand, conjuring a ball of light and sending it toward the cavern ceiling in the middle of the stone chamber. Arad saw a large creature dead on the floor, a massive whale fresh out of the sea. How did you get that here? He smiled. Kin pointed with her finger. On the other side of the cavern there is an underground lake that leads directly to the sea. I usually swim out to hunt from there. Arad lunged forward, transforming into his draconic form and landing beside the whale. Kin gasped, seeing how large Arad was, a bit bigger than half of her. That wasn't the size of a young dragon, but that of a young adult. Are you sure you're only a young dragon? Arad turned his head, staring at her. I'm sure. I only hatched a few months ago, after all. Kin started sweating as she watched Arad devour the whale. This one might be a problem, growing so fast, she thought, glaring at Arad. Is it safer to kill him here before he becomes a threat? She pondered for a second before pushing the thought out of her head. No, using magic makes more sense. She smiled, closing her eyes as strands of white magic rushed from her hair. Divination, she closed her eyes, looking into the possible future. What if I killed him here and now? Kin's eyes flashed open with a bright white light. She could see it, fragments in a future where she killed the dragon ahead of her. She froze in place, seeing the capital flung across the sky by a violent tornado, a large void dragon chasing and erasing it with his breath. She and Jin lay dead, their draconic bodies gored and ripped apart by that dragon. In the distant east, millions of titanic ants emerged from the ground, devouring Alina and marching forward, blindly eating and trampling everything in their path. No, after days, the dragon and the storm ceased and calmed, but the ants didn't. They devoured the whole kingdom and spread across the world, pushing everything to extinction. The gods didn't have a void in that future. They abandoned this world. Kin gasped, sitting on the ground. So much hangs on him. How? She stared at Arad, confused. How could the death of a single dragon signal the end of the world? Arad looked back at her. You okay? Your face turned pale. Kin stood, shaking her face. Nothing. Do you need a second one? Arad stared at the half-eaten whale. You have another? Kin smiled. No, I will catch one. She expanded her wings and flew into the dark cavern. Arad kept eating. He sensed her using magic, but since it wasn't directed at him, he didn't care what she did. Kin flew across the darkness and shifted to her full draconic form. Splash, plunging into the lake and swimming toward the sea, she thought about what her divination magic told her. That dragon, a void one like Arad, but he seemed much older, most likely a sibling that hid in the city. I'm his first victim after I kill Arad. He killed me only 1 minute after Arad's death. Sister Jin rushed to help, but she was gored and half-eaten alive. Kin growled. The wind spirit living with that elf felt Arad's death and went into a mad rage. She first ripped the maids serving them lunch and then flew out of the castle, summoning a massive tornado to rip the capital apart. Her wind was strong enough to rip the castle and city from its roots and flung it above the clouds. Even if me and Sister were there to fight her, we would have died in seconds. The rage of a spirit wasn't something to scoff at. They are forces of nature of terrifying might. What about the ants? Those titanic beings weren't normal. Kin growled, quickly noticing that those ants had draconic scales, black and dripping with Arad's void. "Don't tell me," she glared back. "What kid mated with a giant ant queen? What kinds of horror did he unleash?" Kin sighed, scratching her head. "This is the future that I managed to kill Arad in. How about the one I fight him? I want to see if I can even beat him." She closed her eyes as she swam across the water. A dragon of her age can't help but plan ahead for anything. That is why she became a divination wizard. Kin smiled, seeing herself striking Arad down, his bleeding body crashing onto the ground. She lands and a pink spot emerges from his corpse. A humanoid woman looks like a pink-haired elf and glares at her with a smile. "You're watching through divination, maid." Kin's face paled as she heard those words. The pink-haired elf she sees through divination magic spoke to her. "Wait, this isn't a real future. How is she even speaking? She can't be real." Divination magic only gives an estimate of the future. Whatever shows, it's an illusion conjured by the complicated spells trying to predict it based on everything around the caster. The pink-haired witch in the divination future laughed. "Your magic isn't failing. I'm talking to you, Kin, who swims across the sea." Kin stopped swimming. There was no mistake. This thing was speaking to her, aware of its nature as a mere prediction of the future. "Who are you?" Doma smiled. "A divine the likes of you should be begging to learn from." She lifted her hand, clenching it. Crack! Kin's horn twisted and snapped violently as her screams shook the water. Doma laughed. "Next time you look into my or Arad's future, I'm making you eat your sister alive in the city plaza." Doma's laughter faded as Kin's divination magic slowly dissolved. She sank to the bottom of the sea, feeling a hand clenched on her heart. A curse was placed upon her. Several minutes later, Kin returned to Arad with another wail. Arad stared at her, noticing she was missing a horn. "What happened?" he gasped. Something must have gone horribly wrong if a dragon like her got injured. "It's nothing important." Kin shook her head. "I hit it on a solid rock, that's all." She sucked her horns back to her body, taking the shape of a normal human maid again. Kin walked past Arad but felt the hand clenching on her heart and organs, fondling them like toys. "You're walking past me without an apology? Should I curse your sister as well?" Doma giggled, her voice only reaching Kin. Kin froze in place. "Sorry, won't happen again." "Hee hee." Doma giggled in Kin's head. "Just so you know. Arad is my dear, darling, loving husband. Lay as much as a talon on him, and I will curse you and the whole world to oblivion." It was then that Kin understood why the gods abandoned the world in her first premonition. This witch must have cursed the whole world, spiraling it out of the gods' favor. Just what is she? Chapter 389, Dawn of Cinder. Back in Alina, inside Arad's house, a woman walked out of the basement door, stretching her arm. "Miriam, did you finish?" Tina stared down at the tall woman. "They aren't hungry, are they?" Miriam smiled, stretching their arm and scratching two horns. She walked forward but hit them on the door's frame. She was almost as large as Arad, standing at more than 2 meters tall, and her horns pushed that even further to almost 2 meters and a half. Her brown skin faded into the wooden walls, sharing the same color. "They are full. I only gave them a little treat." She looked at Tina. "They can hunt for themselves, and the underground is filled with vicious monsters." She looked back at the basement door. "Even I didn't expect them to grow so fast. I would have held back a little on the eggs." Miriam sighed. "How much was it?" Tina looked behind Miriam. "I'm an ant, so I did lay over 500 eggs a day. But I didn't expect that Arad becoming a young dragon would affect the dungeon this much." She sighed. "Since Arad evolved, she has been laying hundreds of eggs a day. All of them hatch 10 days later." Miriam sighed. Out of all things, Arad rejected her because she was too good. She can remember him sighing and saying that if he did it with her, the hundreds of eggs turned to be void dragons. They would suck her mana dry and kill her before she lay them. She is strong enough to be recognized by Arad, but still weak to the point she can't bear his children without a significant risk. In her depression, Miriam retreated to her nest and started laying eggs as she did before, and even managed 1,000 eggs a day. To her surprise, when the ants hatched, they were massive and had draconic scales like Arad. Even since Arad concurred with the dungeon, he became the boss, so the monster had to evolve to resemble him, giving the whole place a single theme: void-touched monsters, and the boss is a void dragon. It just makes sense. Tina smiled. How much are they? Over 50,000, and I'm still pumping more. Probably if I built a large enough colony, I will evolve again and hopefully have enough magic to bear 100 of Arad's eggs. She smiled, her eyes flickering like stars. I heard ant colonies can get into millions. Is it the same for you? Tina and Miriam walked into the living room. Miriam shook her head. I don't know. The only limitation I see is space and food. The first is taken care of by Losi. She said the more ants the better for her health, so the only issue is making sure their bellies are full. Tina scratched her head. I heard some ants love eating mushrooms. Did you try that? That's why I sent them hunting underground. Merlin told me that some ants farm mushrooms, and she showed me where they can be found. Miriam dropped herself on the couch. They are on an expedition for food. Cannock! Cannock! Tina approached the door. Who is it? Me, Nina called from behind the door, and Tina opened it. You're early. Other took my place for now. Nina walked in with a smile, taking her sandals and sitting beside Miriam. How are they? Under control. You don't have to worry, Miriam replied. Still think they are a danger. When the food runs out, they will lash out, Nina said with a passive face. My children will starve to death before disobeying my orders. We're still searching underground for the mushrooms, Merlin. Mentioned, Nina smiled. I never thought the day where I speak peacefully with a monster would come, not one with the potential to invade a whole kingdom. If this weren't Arad's dungeon, you would have reported it, and several S-ranks would be coming to eliminate us, Miriam replied, smiling. You're already above an average S-rank monster, and those children of yours are of the same class. Having thousands of them is terrifying, to say the least. Miriam giggled. You left us to fester, and now are stuck with thousands of monsters ready to topple the city. Nina shook her head. Not at all. You could crush the whole kingdom, but we rather have you on our side. That's why I'm here. Is that so? Miriam stared at Nina with a teasing smile. From your smell, I say you came here to kill us all. Nina smiled and stared at Miriam's eyes. You seem to need another beating. You know you can't beat me. As the two were about to start fighting, Tina grabbed them by the heads. Arad said no fighting over Losi's back. The two looked at each other and then at Tina's terrifying smile. Fine. Nina sighed and stood. All is well, it seems. She cracked her neck and looked at Tina, leaving this ant aside. How is your training going? Bidnov Loof. Tina looked away. Pretty bad. Really? Nina looked at her with a disappointed face. She started crying halfway. Too much for her to handle, Miriam said in the back, and Tina gave her a sharp glare. Nina stared at Tina. I only asked you to crawl in the bushes for half an hour. You can't do it? My elbows and knees got scratched and bloodied. They hurt too much. I wasn't able to move, Tina cried, showing her scratched arms. You need to at least learn how to run and hide. Nina stared at her. Or study magic. Tina shook her head. Magic is too complicated for me. I can't get where to start, and I usually waste so much time I don't have enough to do housework. Then start training. Miriam stared at her. You know that you need to be at least able to do that? Tina looked down. Can't the ants and goblins protect me and the house? They can and will. Nina stared at her. But you need to get a grip on yourself and be competent enough to run. If not yourself, then for Serena to carry her and run away. Tina looked down. I will do my best. Knock, knock. Tina slowly approached the door and opened it. Roberta, Sarah, Lila, and Merida stood there with worried faces. What is it? Nina stood and stared at them, smelling the blood on them. Merida looked down and Lila approached Nina. Her father was killed, she stated, shocking the whole room. What? Tina gasped in the back, and Nina's eyes shot with blood. That isn't Merida tried to speak, but started crying. It probably was Lord Foran's men. They have been sending Merida constant marriage proposals, but she refused them all. His men came today and killed her father when he refused to give her to them. Old man Kane was in my shop when they came and told me Lila growled. He headed to Riverside alone. He will get himself killed. Roberta stared at Nina. We want you to stop him, please. Forget saving him. I will kill Foran myself. Nina growled, walking toward the door as Miriam stood in the back. The children need some food. Count me and them in. Chapter 390, A Marquis's End. Chapter 390, A Marquis's End. Arad stood walking toward the stairs, stretching his arms with a large smile. I never felt better. He patted his full stomach. 2 whales were a decent change of flavor from the usual monsters. He changed back to his humanoid form and started walking up the stairs until he reached the door. He grabbed the handle with one hand and pushed the door open, enjoying the silence. Nothing beats the beauty of a well-oiled door that doesn't squeak. He walked out of the basement with a smile on his face as he passed by the maids. They all stared up at his face, standing tall enough that he could barely fit in the doors. Here you are. A voice called, standing in front of Arad with an arrogant glare. His arms crossed as he blocked the wall. Arad, the dragon slayer, I presume? Arad stared at the armored man with an empty stare, the smile never fading from his face. What do you want? Don't even know manners, the man growled. To let you know, I'm Marquis Alfred Stoneheart of the Still Foundry. Remember my name now? I don't, Arad replied, searching his whole memory, but finding nothing about the man. The only Marquis he heard about before was the one whose twin daughters ran away. No! Dragon Slayer. My ass, the man growled. You were supposed to retrieve my daughters. Where are they? He growled. Arad blinked. It was confirmed. It's true that I killed dragons and I'm called a dragon slayer now, but I'm not the man you seek. Arad waved his hand. You're looking for Alcott, right? Alfred stared at Arad. Your name doesn't matter to me. You share his title, so go find him. Bring me that failure. Otherwise, I will execute you in his stead. He. Arad giggled and started laughing. You want to execute Alcott? A feeble leak. You won't even touch him. You dare mock me? Alfred growled. Your life is forfeit. He lifted his sword ready to strike. Arad? Mira walked from behind Alfred, looking at Arad with a smile. Where did you go? She waved her hand. Alfred stopped his attack, staring at Arad with a smirk. How about this? Crack. With a swift move, his hips shifted direction as he swung back. He turned toward Mira, dropping his longsword on her head. At that moment, Mira stood still, a single nail dropping from her sleeves. Arad watched with a grin as if in slow motion. His reaction speed allowed him to interfere at the last moment if Mira couldn't handle the situation on her own. But that was unlikely. Mira ducked down and the sword barely gazed at her hair. Her eyes focused down as she pulled a small hammer from her back pocket. As the falling nail aligned, her hammer came roaring down, hammering it directly into Alfred's steel boots, nailing him to the ground. Alfred growled, trying to step back, but he started falling. His right foot is nailed, he can't move, and the pain is making it hard to think. Clack! He moved his left foot back, bracing himself for a second swing. His blade rushed toward Mira's neck, lusting for her blood. Mira's hand twisted, turning back and swinging the hammer at Alfred's knee, hitting it before his blade could reach her neck. Alfred growled, falling on his back with his right foot nailed to the ground and his knee shattered. As he cried, Mira pulled another nail and swung at his right arm, nailing him to the ground once again with a rapid hit. Mira stared down at Alfred's face, her hammer dripping with blood as he cried. You? What's the meaning of this? She growled. Arad giggled. He knew from the start that Alfred was no fighter. He only wore the armor and carried the sword to impress and scare Arad. But that trick only worked on fools. Compared to him, Mira, with her rough hands harshened from her work, her hard nature, and the fact she already fought zombies and undead, he can't reach her. The king, who was passing by, stopped, staring at the mess, and approached. What happened? Mira glared back. This knight of yours attacked me, she growled. Keep them in line. The king stared down, recognizing Marquis Alfred. No, that's the Marquis. Mira blinked twice, realizing she just nailed one of the highest-ranking nobles to the ground like floorwood. The king looked at Alfred and then sighed, rubbing his face in distress. I will deal with this, he sighed again. You two can head. Crack. The king and Mira froze, and Arad stepped on Alfred's head, crushing it beneath his foot. My wives aren't so weak to fear the likes of you, and I'm not so lenient to let you live, he growled. King Baltos started sweating as he stared at Arad and the messed blood brain on the ground. You killed him? So what? He attacked my wife first. Arad walked past the king, leaving a trail of bloodied footsteps. The king stared at Arad's back as he stood beside Mira, patting her head. You will protect all of your wives, no matter what? The king asked with a serious face. Arad glared back at the king, sending shivers down his spine. Look at her. What do you see? The king backed away, seeing Mira standing in the middle of a coiled dragon, his sharp claws, muscular tail, and hard scales covering her body but doing no harm, only spelling doom to those who dare approach. The king giggled. I see, that's like your kind. He smiled. You never cease to amaze me. He thought about it. If Izdis went with Arad, she could also sit in the dragon's maw without getting eaten. Mira stared around between Arad and the king, puzzled and terrified. Did Arad kill the Marquis to take the blame for her? No, Arad won't take the blame for anything. Arad looked at Mira with a smile. Is something wrong? Mira stared at the dead Marquis and smiled, reaching a final conclusion. She took a step toward the corpse and used her hammer to retrieve her nails. She then reached to the corpse's neck and pulled out Alfred's golden necklace. She approached Arad and handed it to him. I heard family leaders among nobles carry their family insignia around their necks. This must be it. Arad smiled, taking the necklace and staring at the king. I'm taking my spoils. The king eyed Arad with a curious gaze. You want his whole wealth. Arad looked at the king with a puzzled face. I don't want it. He smiled. It's mine now. The king giggled. This is a bit problematic. You're only giving this old head more headache to deal with. He stood tall, staring at Arad. I can't let you kill everyone in his family. I won't kill them. They are free to leave, Arad smiled as he rested his hand on Mira's shoulder. Fine, it's yours. I will say he dared attack a royal guest and got executed on the spot. That isn't a lie after all. Baltos smiled, looking at Alfred's corpse. This will shift power in the kingdom by a lot. A tough month awaits us.